If I start speaking, everybody did that we're about to need the headsets. And because I'm telling you in English, this session's going to have Spanish as well. My English colleagues know that we're about to use the headsets as well. All right. So we'll start. Good morning. It warms my heart to see everybody here this morning with such energy, because today is exciting. Today, I think, the whole program's been amazing, but that we're doing the youth session this morning, I'm really energized, and I hope you are as well. We've had a great week, and we're going to end our week with a bang here. Some great work this morning. We're going to do our best to keep on time because I've made a firm commitment to the Parliament, who has invited us to that lovely lunch in the parliamentary restaurant, that we will be there on time. They're like, it's plated, Alicia. There's no wiggle room, folks. So you're going to work with me to keep us on time so that we can be treated to such a treat at the parliamentary restaurant. You're going to come too. You're going to help us stay on time. I'm giving you the 10 minutes right now. So without further ado, our very first session here, we are delighted. Actually, we wanted to do a special presentation from the Senate of Canada. Director General of Communications, Broadcasting and Publications, Melissa Leclerc, is going to give us just a little presentation here about some youth engagement that they're doing here at the Senate of Canada. And I'm just going to say, she was really inspired to do this because she presented once before. We had a presentation before from Canada, and I forget what it was about exactly, and Chile picked it up and they did it in their parliament, and that was motivating. It was like we shared something and another country took from that, called us, and they took it. And so that was what motivated Melissa to come back and say, if you're here, can I share something else? And I'd love to collaborate with the parliaments in the region on ways that we can share our good practices and learn from each other. So thank you, Melissa, for reaching out and asking to do this. I pass the floor to you to share a little bit about the youth engagement strategy from the Senate of Canada.
Yes, that's my very limited Spanish. So welcome here. I have only 10 minutes, so I'll jump straight to my presentation. It's a short one. I have two short videos, just to show you. I think also it's a bit more dynamic when there's something to also watch. So youth engagement at the Senate of Canada is a big priority for us. And I'm here to talk to you about two initiatives we have, and I do have people also in the room that will reach out to you. I see a lot of youth ambassadors here. I'd be very interested in one day do some Cengage ParlAmericas international event. So let's connect. I think there are great opportunities for us here. So let's start with this little video that we have to just promote on YouTube. What is the Senate? Oops. So if you don't already follow the Senate of Canada on social media, it's my little plug here. So generally speaking, the mandate I have is to, or the comms team has, is to provide communication products and services to senators at the Senate, to provide public information to Canadians for transparency and accountability. We have to be the source of information, and this is where the youth component comes in, to identify and develop connections with citizens to enhance their understanding of the upper chamber. We have a lot of products, and you each have a copy of these products in your little kit. I invite you to look at the resources we have. very popular with youth in various classrooms, how a bill becomes a law. A lot of teachers want actually poster version of this brochure to post in their classroom. We have the activity book, more high school level, learn about the Senate, but through fun little activities. And the Wise Owl is for 5 years old. So how do you explain how democracy works for 5 years old? So we brought the Wise Owls, the senators, who I invite you to read the story. I won't give you the punch. But basically, it's the Wise Owl who makes sure everybody lives happily in the forest after. So have a look at these brochures. I don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to point to these resources. We're on social media, obviously. 2 platforms that work super well with youth is actually, of course, Instagram. So it's a growing platform for us, and LinkedIn. Sur LinkedIn, on a aussi une page dédiée aux jeunes professionnels. Donc, on cible un petit peu le contenu pour les jeunes avec une page entièrement dédiée sur LinkedIn pour les jeunes. And we have a program, and that's the one that Chile imported or I don't know exactly how to say this, but it's a program where basically a school can send a request to have a senator come to their classroom in person or virtually. We encourage in person when possible, but sometimes in remote areas it's easier virtual. Or if their school plan to come to Ottawa to visit the Senate, we can organize something and make sure senators, they meet with senators. And we also host Model Parliament. I'll show you a little video of these great activities where we have young Canadians from across the country who come to Ottawa for 3 days to simulate the chamber, committee work, and then we reverse role. So senators come in a committee to be a witness. They're not members of the committee. They answer questions from the students. They ask questions to a senator at question period. So it's a great event. Every year it's growing. But it's a great program, and we do ask people, especially at the university level, what is your view of the Senate? Sometimes it's a bit negative, or they don't see the value, or they don't understand the upper chamber. It's after a senator's visit, they're all convinced the Senate has great value in Canadian democracy, so it does make a change. It does make a change. And we have all these resources also, and if you want to see some of these, my business card is in the little kit. Don't hesitate to reach out. But brochure, videos, activity sheets, activity kits, so that teachers can also prepare their classroom before the senator arrives. Model Senate, I talked a little bit about it. 105 young Canadians flying here to Ottawa to simulate the chamber. And I'll show you a little video of what it looks like. So great way to teach about the Senate is to have actually students simulating. If you have opportunities in your respective countries to host something like this, we see great values every year. The program gain in popularity. And we have another program, lastly, it's my last little thing, called Voices of Young Indigenous Leader, where the Indigenous Affairs Committee invites young Indigenous leaders who make changes in their community to come to Ottawa and testify before the committee to talk about their experience. Every year, again, this program is growing. We try to select a theme: education, health, and then we have in between 8 to 10 young Indigenous leaders who come to talk about their experience in their community. As you can see, the design is, in Canada, we have First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The 3 colors represent each group, and the little drawing in it represent also each groups. The turtle, for example, will be associated with First Nation, the violin with Métis, and the Inuktitut with Inuits. So it's important for us. We have many senators who are Indigenous senators, so we work closely with them to develop the program, and also just all the visual element for it as well. And it's just a couple of photos of last year's event. So it's another thing also that we encourage and try to promote at the Senate. So that was my limited 10-minute time. I don't know if I have time to take a few questions. Am I good? Sure. Or
Any questions? Afterwards, they'll come find you, Melissa. Are you going to hang out for a little bit?
No, because I have to do interviews, but I do have to, can they identify themselves? Like Carla and Leanne are here, and they'll be here also at the pause at 11, I believe it's your programming. Yeah. So at 11, they'll be here if you have any question, and my business card is in the kit, so if you want to send me a little note, I'd be happy to.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause to Melissa Leclerc here for presenting us. Melissa, so you feel, because I do, it's motivating to know that your work inspires. And I'm sorry I don't have the visual with me here, but many of you know that ParlAmericas has done a series of children's books, right? We launched one in Paraguay. In fact, I remember children's books. If you've not seen them, they're on our website. That was inspired by the Owls book. So ParlAmericas took the inspiration from the Senate of Canada's Owl book, and that's what led us to develop children's books in Panama, in Honduras, in Costa Rica, and again in the Caribbean. So thank you for coming and sharing this information with us. And know that your work is planting seeds in the region.
Don't hesitate. We love to chat with as many people as possible, so reach out.
Thank you. Wonderful. We're going to move now straight into our Sustainable Futures Youth Perspectives on the Future of Work and the Economy. Melissa, you're okay. We understand you have to go. It's okay. Don't feel any pressure.
I have a little bit of time, but
please.
I just
Okay.
don't want to leave in the middle of a presentation.
Yeah, for sure. So Sustainable Futures, Youth Perspectives on the Future of Work and the Economy. As you have been informed and as you had the opportunity to meet, we have wonderful delegates here with us this week. We were delighted to ensure that we had some good representation from youth from across the region, who you will have a chance to now hear from in this upcoming session. This builds on ParlAmericas' commitment to increasing the level of work that we're doing in terms of youth engagement. We felt it was really fitting, particularly in a gathering of the Open Parliament Network, which a big part of that network, the pillars of that network is citizen participation and how to engage citizens in with Parliament mechanisms that you can have opportunities to make sure that you're getting the voices from diverse groups within our communities, and we have a priority for making sure that there's good intergenerational legislating happening from the hemisphere. This also builds out of our strategic plan. So everybody knows, this isn't just out of nowhere. The Council of ParlAmericas, which has representation from each of your parliaments, sits in the governance structure of ParlAmericas. We worked through a strategic planning process last year, and youth engagement and engaging with young people and how to build better mechanisms for that in our programming came out as a priority. And so this is us continuing to put that into action. It builds on a lot of work that we've been doing across the region in each of the countries through our Young Women in Leadership programming and our youth legislative impact programming in Latin America. And then, moreover, last year at our plenary and gathering for the Open Parliament Network in Uruguay, we also that a part of that declaration, I think I mentioned earlier, was a commitment to strengthening mechanisms, a commitment that all parliaments, we put in there for parliaments to look at strengthening mechanisms for engagement of young people in legislative work. And so this is ParlAmericas also saying, if we ask of the parliaments to make these commitments and declarations, then ParlAmericas as an organization will also stand for those commitments as well. I'm really excited about this session. I'm delighted to then now invite Senator Vlado Mirosevic from Chile, a member of the ParlAmericas Council, who is going to lead us through this session. And I thank sincerely to the young people who joined us here this week, took time from your other lives to come and participate in this programming with ParlAmericas. A big round of applause to all of you for doing that. And we look forward to learning from you here this morning. I pass the floor to you, Senator Mirosevic.
Bien. Alicia, primero qué buena noticia que estemos haciendo esto con jóvenes y que el presidente Flores esté empujando junto con el equipo de ParlAmerica que estas cosas pasen, ¿no? Eso es una gran noticia. Vamos a hablar sobre el futuro del trabajo en jóvenes, del comercio, de la innovación y de economías sustentables, pero antes de eso y de ofrecer la palabra a los buenos panelistas que hoy tenemos, déjenme hacer una reflexión un poco más personal. Yo creo que nosotros estamos absolutamente desconectados y no entendemos bien quiénes son las generaciones que vienen. Yo no lo entiendo. Y es una pregunta que tengo hace tiempo y que me estoy cuestionando. ¿Qué les preocupa? ¿Cuáles son sus anhelos, sus temores? Yo tengo la impresión de que hoy día tenemos una generación que está bastante sola, que los hemos dejado solos frente al computador. Una generación que, como nunca antes, había tenido acceso a ciertos bienes de consumo, porque hoy día, a pesar de todas las grandes desigualdades que tenemos en nuestros países, sobre todo en América Latina, la región más desigual del continente, este es el momento histórico de mayor bienestar material. Como nunca antes, nosotros, nuestros padres, nuestros abuelos habían podido acceder a tanto bienestar de consumo y material. Sin embargo, pareciera que estamos en el momento de la pérdida de sentido más profundo. O sea, en nuestras democracias pareciera que todo tiene precio, pero pocas cosas tienen sentido. Y eso se profundiza cuando hablamos respecto de jóvenes. Hoy día hay una gran competencia por quién tiene la última zapatilla, los tenis, como dicen en algunas partes de América Latina, que yo no tengo un problema con eso. Bienvenido que haya acceso a bienes de consumo. Pero hay una pérdida general de sentido. Los profesores en la universidad se dedican a enseñar técnicas, pero nadie o muy pocos son mentores, son maestros que guíen, que orienten. La principal crisis es de orientación y nosotros no estamos haciendo nada respecto de eso. Y de ahí cabe la pregunta respecto de nosotros que somos parlamentarios. ¿Cuál es el ejemplo que somos para la juventud? Una política que hoy día está basada completamente en el ego, en el individualismo radical, en la manera de hacer política. Hemos dejado de escucharnos. Se trata, pareciera, el juego sobre quién grita más fuerte para salir en las redes sociales y salir un minuto más en televisión. Hagamos la autocrítica. ¿Cuál es el ejemplo que somos para la juventud? Que nos ven en nuestros parlamentos, ven nuestro comportamiento. Y nosotros somos unos representantes también de la pérdida de sentido general que hay en la sociedad. ¿Cuántos de nosotros están formando jóvenes, orientando? Si nuestros propios partidos dejaron de tener una discusión ideológica, los intelectuales se fueron de nuestros partidos, no quieren estar con la política. Que por lo menos los intelectuales estarán preguntando sobre el sentido de la vida. No, de eso nada. La política es una competencia hoy día cada día más individual, egocéntrica, una competencia por el poder. Ya no tenemos ni los códigos más básicos entre nosotros. Vemos al adversario como un enemigo que hay que destruir en un escenario de polarización y pareciera que todo se trata de un concurso de personalidad y eso lo vemos en el país vecino aquí con su presidente Donald Trump, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, vamos a hablar de comercio, de trabajo, de la pega, el trabajo que ustedes están haciendo, pero antes de eso, permítanme decir que la pérdida de orientación en los jóvenes tiene que ver con una pérdida de sentido general en nuestra generación más vieja. Y estamos haciendo poco para entenderlo y acompañarlo. No puedo partir este foro sin decir eso, porque, de nuevo, ya vamos a entrar en la legislación, vamos a entrar en cómo apoyar a los jóvenes para que se metan en el nuevo mundo, pero podrán tener toda la inteligencia artificial en nuestros celulares, pero si no les enseñamos sobre el sentido de la vida, no vamos a llegar muy lejos. Bien, dicho eso, ahora sí que sí, entremos en lo que nos convoca. Tenemos grandes exponentes aquí. Está a mi izquierda hacia Jill Harry. Ella es asesora de exportación de Beltrade y se ha dedicado a cómo apoyar, ¿no es cierto?, a nuevas empresas para que puedan exportar, sobre todo en economía naranja. Luego a mi derecha está Constanza de Ambrosio. Ella es representante juvenil del Parlamento de Costa Rica y participante del Parlamento de Mujeres Jóvenes por el Clima. Si hay algo que está claro en la nueva generación es que les importa el cambio climático. En eso sí que no les pasa por al lado. Y para eso se han puesto, y eso creo que tenemos que apoyarlo en eso. Y finalmente está desde la perspectiva canadiense Jordan Ketzler. Él es candidato a magíster en geografía en la Universidad de Waterloo. Así que gracias por estar acá. Voy a partir por Asia. En tu trabajo en Beltrade tú te dedicas a asesorar y dar apoyo a empresas en sus diferentes etapas para que exporten, ¿no es cierto? Les ayuda a mejorar su capacidad, su estrategia y en particular con el foco en economía naranja, que son las industrias creativas, ¿no? Sí. Las industrias creativas. Entonces cuéntanos un poco, Asia, qué es lo que están haciendo, cuáles son las oportunidades que tú ves para diversificar el comercio y que sea mucho más inclusivo.
So good morning to everybody. I would like to begin first by saying thank you to ParlAmericas for inviting us, the youth delegation, for this event specifically. I think it's very brave of all of you to invite youth perspective for these events, because we're holding up a mirror for all of you. You know, we look up to you. We look up to you to see who we want to be and who we don't want to be. So once again, thank you for including Belize, a very small Central American country, in this panel. So my question, two things that jump out to me is diversifying trade and strengthening inclusion. So to give you a bit of context on Belize, while we have traditionally focused on agriculture, agro-processing, and tourism, we are also looking at the orange economy, particularly because while the world is going on a very fast pace with AI, personally, I don't see that being a big thing for us in the Caribbean. Yes, we do want to keep up and use it as a tool, but the relevance is still not that real for us. And while everybody is going at a fast pace, I think something that we want to be is a refuge, a sanctuary for where to slow down, where to come back and touch grass, like we like to say, right? We want to slow down, look at the ecosystems that we have, the culture, the creative arts, and so on. So as he rightfully stated, I do work primarily with the orange economy. It is very new, again, like I said, in Belize, but one of the key reasons why we are focusing on this is because it has lower barriers to entry for youth, women, and indigenous people. We cannot be something or copy someone we have nothing in common with. So we are looking inward and looking at what we have and what we are already very good at, right? Which is preserving our culture and making the most out of our nature and our natural resources. So I'd just like to say, thank you very much, that we are trying to capitalize on what we naturally have. And very interestingly so, when we do workshops with CARIFORUM and we look at what they want from us, yes, we are very attractive when it comes to agriculture, but a lot of people also want to come to see how they once were, what they have lost when it comes to their ecology, right? So they want to come and see our beautiful barrier reef. They want to come and do zip lining. They want to go cave tubing. They want to be one with nature for a while, right? And we have also seen that in the change of our tourists. Once we were very much attracting tourists that want to relax by the beachside, and we still do, but we also have an inflow of backpackers, people who want to experience raw nature, that want to go through our rainforest and do camping and meet the people. Because while Belize is attractive when it comes to the beauty that we naturally have, the reason we have reoccurring visits is because of our people. So we're looking at our people. How do we empower them? So again, it does pair a lot with our tourism industry, but it also assists with the formalization of traditionally informal businesses, like the people who sell traditional candies and sweets on the roadside. Now we can try to formalize them for them to also give a greater impact to our economy. We're trying to put a number and get the data behind culture economy, right? So this is something that we are actively working with, and because of this, we have also seen unity in different organizations. For instance, the Belize Tourism Board, we're working a lot with them. We're working a lot with NICH, which is the National Institute for Culture and Heritage, and also the Statistical Institute of Belize, and a few more, but my time is limited, so let me continue. So again, investing in our people and preserving our culture, because we don't want to lose it. You know, we have already lost so much being a part of the once colonized nations. So we're trying to revive that and seeing and reminding ourselves of who we are. And also supporting, this brings a lot of support for MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises for our country. And fun fact, Belize does not have McDonald's or Starbucks or Subway because we very much like our own food. So they're not that successful when it comes to penetrating our markets. But yes, so a little bit of what Beltrade is currently doing. We are working with the She Trades Hub, which is a national hub that is going to be soon going to be having a spotlight on Belize. But we also do a lot of training, capacity building, because we want to ensure that we don't, again, give someone a fish and not teach them how to fish. So this is, for instance, in things like the business of music. You know, for a long time we see artists, dancers, musicians as a hobby, not necessarily as a job, as something that can give you a livable income. So yes, you love to sing or you love to dance, but how are you capitalizing? Are you understanding the finance behind it? Do you know how to manage contracts? These are very real things that can sometimes, people can take advantage of that. The same thing with cultural experience. Are you really charging for your time? Because a lot of people forget that their time is valuable, right? Yes, you are putting in, okay, the cacao, you're putting in the rent, you're putting in the electricity bill, but are you putting in your time? Yes, you love what you do, but you also need to support your family. So these are things that we're trying to implement. But yeah, I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but if you guys have any questions, I'm more than willing and open to speak to you. And we're also very open to collaboration, because we don't want to start from the bottom when we have so many great examples like Jamaica, like Trinidad and Tobago. We already have very nice trade agreements, but we need to learn how to use them more. And having more open dialogue leads to that. So thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Asia. Ya habrá espacio para más interacciones. Ahora le quiero ofrecer la palabra a Constanza, que como ya decíamos viene de Costa Rica. Ella es representante juvenil en el Parlamento de Costa Rica, pero además su gran tema es el cambio climático, la transición ecológica justa, y por eso la hemos invitado acá. Y te quiero preguntar, tú eres una promotora de la sustentabilidad en tu país y en América Latina. Cuéntanos algunas maneras concretas en que nosotros podamos capacitar mejor a los jóvenes para que contribuyan, por ejemplo, a la economía circular o a la economía azul. sostenible, que es muy importante y sobre todo para que nuestras economías también transiten hacia hacernos cargo de esta emergencia climática.
Buenos días. Primero quisiera agradecer al ParlAmericas por el espacio que nos han brindado a las juventudes. Un poquito ya entrando en contexto dentro de la pregunta, quisiera iniciar con algunas iniciativas que tiene Costa Rica dentro de cómo ellos han logrado cerrar estas brechas entre los aspectos más institucionales y gubernamentales junto a las juventudes costarricenses. Primero les quiero hablar de la Ley de la Iniciativa Popular. Esta permite que los ciudadanos puedan denunciar aquellas problemáticas que los aquejan y llegar a la Asamblea Legislativa ante los diputados con una solución a este problema o por lo menos una idea en donde se ven acompañados por mentorías, capacitaciones, expertos profesionalizados en la materia que les permiten crear este proyecto de ley por medio de un proceso de estructuración de anteproyecto. Luego, entrando un poquito más dentro de lo que es economía azul y economía circular, el año pasado se aprobó la ley del Fondo Azul, que son los pagos por servicios ecosistémicos específicamente en los ámbitos marinos y costeros. Esta ley ha ayudado a lo que es la creación de startups y micropymes dentro de las juventudes en las zonas rurales y en las zonas costeras, ya que brinda incentivos económicos a todas aquellas iniciativas que quieran integrar la protección y la conservación de los ecosistemas. Ahora, la diferencia de esta ley y la integración de las juventudes se basa en que se da un paso más allá de la economía azul, porque pasamos a lo que es la economía azul regenerativa. Si bien la economía azul tiene en consideración lo que es la restauración de aquellos sistemas que ya están dañados o que han sido perjudicados, la economía azul regenerativa pretende integrar una conciencia ecológica y ver por la protección y la conservación de los ecosistemas antes de que se cree algún daño. Esto le ha ayudado a muchas juventudes ingresar al mercado laboral, generar sus primeros ingresos económicos y por medio del Fondo Azul han podido crear una maduración de su emprendimiento que usualmente llega a un máximo de 2 años, pero por medio de estos incentivos han visto un mayor proceso de acompañamiento. Algo que es muy importante mencionar es que según el Centro de Desarrollo de la Educación, siguiendo este camino bajo el tipo de modelos económicos más sostenibles, el empleo vinculado al océano puede crecer un 1.5% al año, llegando a generar para el año 2050 51 millones de puestos, única y exclusivamente debido gracias a lo que nos ofrecen los servicios ecosistémicos de los océanos. Quisiera ahora hablarles un poquito más acerca de la experiencia que yo he tenido como parlamentaria joven dentro del Departamento de la Acción Ciudadana, donde este genera varios espacios para que las juventudes se puedan integrar junto con las diputaciones. En el Parlamento de Mujeres Jóvenes por el Clima, nosotras hemos dado y nos han brindado varias capacitaciones y uno que recientemente terminó es el Laboratorio de Innovación. Este es un ecosistema donde se brinda mentoría y se incuba espacios de creatividad y de innovación. Lo que busca es dar una capacitación con un enfoque de género y un enfoque de cambio climático, donde se brindan nuevas metodologías, por ejemplo, el enfoque Rise Up. ¿En qué consiste este enfoque? Aquí las comunidades locales, todo lo que son actores locales, mujeres y jóvenes, ya no son los receptores del conocimiento, sino que son los emisores de todo aquello que ellos han logrado aprender desde sus experiencias y sus diversas realidades. Entonces, se le da un cambio a la mesa donde se entabla el diálogo y de esta manera hemos logrado que las mujeres, que los jóvenes, que todos aquellos que se ven aquejados por problemáticas puedan lograr llegar y crear un impacto a nivel nacional, no solo local. Por último, quisiera cerrar con la importancia de lo que es la creación de estos ecosistemas, porque muchos jóvenes no tienen a veces el conocimiento o la accesibilidad para estas plataformas, para estos espacios que tienen que ser multidireccionales y multilaterales. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Constanza. Muy potente la experiencia de esta ley que después podrías profundizar sobre economía azul. Bueno, Jordan, que está aquí a mi izquierda, él es canadiense y lo invitamos en particular porque hizo su tesis, su investigación de posgrado respecto de el trabajo humano que está detrás del comercio algorítmico, automatizado, y las conclusiones de su tesis son muy interesantes y por eso lo hemos invitado para que nos cuente un poco ¿Para dónde va ese futuro del trabajo, sobre todo en jóvenes? ¿Qué recomendaciones o conclusiones sacaste? Gracias, Jordan.
Thank you so much for the question, Senator, and thank you to everyone at ParlAmericas for creating this space where we can bring together so many voices from youth. I think it helps us understand the questions that all of us face better. So my research examined a specific industry in finance called high-frequency trading, or sometimes referred to as algorithmic or automated trading, which I'll explain more in detail, but basically this industry is defined by AI-driven automation, something we have discussed over the last 2 days. And more recently, this industry also relies on workers using these large language models that we have all heard of, like ChatGPT and Claude. And what I found in my research challenges something we often assume about AI and work, which is that automation means less burden on workers because more work is being done by an automated system, and thereby humans need to do less work. In my research, I found the opposite. AI increased the amount of tasks workers could complete, increased their productivity, and also increased what was expected of them long term, without any change in what they received in return. I conducted interviews with software developers and quantitative traders at these firms, and these are some of the findings that I'll be describing today. So just for some context, my field of research is labor geography, where the main idea is we want to look at workers not as resources to be allocated or capital, but as thinking, feeling, sentient humans who make decisions and are affected by the world around them, and also affect the world around them. And this may seem obvious or a bit unnecessary to mention, but a lot of other fields in social science often view labor as a number, a statistic, which is of course important, but it leaves out a lot of information. Before I explain my findings, I'll also explain briefly what this industry is. Just also to clarify, because over the last 2 days we've discussed a lot about different types of trade, I'm interested in markets where a wide range of assets are being traded. So securities, commodities, currencies, and now even cryptocurrencies. And high-frequency trading has become a dominant way that many of these assets are traded. Historically, this work has been done by humans. So humans decided which assets to buy when, based on what information that they received over the phone, and then later on a computer, or just based on their instinct. And a lot of this trading still happens this way, but as technology has advanced and as computers got faster, a lot of this decision-making is being done by computers now. So in this field, algorithms make decisions and execute these orders for commodities in fractions of a second. And to give you a sense of the scale, today almost 50% of all financial asset trading happens through HFT. And the global high-frequency trading market was valued at around $10 billion in 2024 and is projected to reach $16 billion by 2030. And it is therefore the engine, in a way, of the modern financial economy. And it's inside this industry that has always been defined by automation, that I want to share what I found about the relationship between work and AI. First, this field requires intense human labor to maintain. So this field that is discussed as automated requires intense human labor. The debugging, the constant improving of code to remain competitive, that machine wouldn't work without people to maintain it. To do this, the workers I interviewed used large language models like Claude and ChatGPT. And of course, that increased their productivity, but also increased the amount of work and the amount of hours they worked per week. And the reason, as they explained it, is that when AI raises what's possible, expectations also rise with it. The bar has been raised, so rather than some amount of work getting done faster, more work gets done overall. And from a management perspective, this is great. More work is getting done, and more hours are being worked. But from the perspective of the workers, these software engineers, these developers are being overworked and exploited. A lot of the interviewees I spoke with worked 50 to 60 hours a week. And none of that information was in any contract that they signed when they started their employment. And while, of course, people in this industry have a safety net to fall back on, they are well compensated, right? They are obviously in privileged positions. I think it's still important because these people who are at this forefront of innovation are forced into precarious work environments. And if the most educated and most high-skilled workers in these industries, in these AI-driven industries, are being extremely overworked, that will spread to other knowledge work as well. And so what does this mean for the future of work and for young people? I think we keep telling young people the answer is to learn more skills, learn how to use AI, keep up with the game. But the workers in my study were extremely skilled, highly educated, and they are still overworked. They work over 50 to 60 hours a week, and they're forced to accept this because it's the norm and because their logic is that, oh, they're being paid to do this task and I should just accept it. They don't lack capability in any way, and I don't think the youth in the next generation is going to lack capability in any way. I think we need to create protected spaces and curated spaces where young workers can collectively name these conditions, provide feedback, compare their experiences across workplaces and industries, and have their voices reach decision makers, policy makers, because if these struggles aren't named, aren't voiced, aren't made visible, they will continue to get worse. Thank you so much.
Bien, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Jordan. Muy interesantes las conclusiones de tu investigación. Además, una investigación muy vanguardista, ¿no? Una nueva realidad que emerge en nuestras sociedades. Bien, vamos a tener una segunda ronda para que puedan tener 3 minutos por panelista. Ustedes tienen la oportunidad de hablarle aquí a parlamentarios de todo el continente, una oportunidad que pocas veces se da. ¿Qué les gustaría decir? ¿Qué nos recomiendan? ¿Qué tenemos que hacer? ¿Para dónde va la micro, como decimos en Chile? 3 minutos para que nos digan, todos le estamos poniendo atención, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? Asia, partimos contigo.
That's a loaded question. But I think one of the key things is please, please, please engage your youth. Speak to them, listen to them, because you have this great responsibility on your shoulders to build a future for us, not for you. So your ideas of what future you want has changed. We don't want the same futures as you. We want our futures. We are now thinking of how do we want our children to live. We want community again. You guys had community growing up. We don't. We have Facebook friends, Instagram friends, but not so much human contact. We want these spaces so desperately, and we are trying to tell you, but you're giving us an iPad. So, this is where, we really want to engage. We're willing to work. We're willing to collaborate. We're willing to do all the things with you guys if you would just listen to us, right? I know, or I have had experiences whereby they listen to us and they don't know anything. They're so young. They don't know how life works. But we do, because we're living with you. We're in the same spaces that you are, but our experiences are so different. So that is my key takeaway, something that I want you guys to know. There are so much youth that are willing to work with you guys if you just listen. So thank you.
Asia, Constanza.
Bueno, yo creo que ya vamos por un buen camino cuando nos empiezan a preguntar qué es lo que nosotros necesitamos, qué es lo que queremos y qué visionamos para el futuro. Salvador Allende, él mismo lo dijo, ser joven y no ser revolucionario es una contradicción misma hasta biológica. Existe una aceptación general a partir del discurso, a partir de la narrativa, de cómo hay que hacer, cómo se tiene que hacer, pero si las juventudes marchan, si las juventudes se expresan, si hay una denuncia por una problemática que los aqueja, es importante estar abiertos a crear estos puentes de conexión, a crear estos ecosistemas, a crear espacios donde se puedan integrar todas las perspectivas y no solo necesariamente desde una transversalidad de las juventudes, también desde los pueblos indígenas, desde los pueblos afrodescendientes, desde todos aquellos que puedan permitir crear iniciativas, proyectos que permitan una amplificación nacional, que permitan crear estos proyectos de ley o crear estas iniciativas donde se tenga un verdadero impacto que sea transversal. Creo que algo que quisiera destacar de las presentaciones de los dos compañeros es cómo se habla de crear una nueva perspectiva que nazca desde la humanidad, que nazca desde la empatía, también donde logremos valorar nuestros recursos y preservar nuestra cultura, que me parece que es lo más importante hoy en día en Latinoamérica. Muchas gracias.
Buenísimo. Muchas gracias, Constanza. Jordan, tus 3 minutos.
Thank you so much, Asia and Constanza, for offering your perspectives. I hopefully can provide some complementary recommendations. The entry-level positions that my generation and generations in the past have historically allowed young people to step into new industries are disappearing faster and faster with automation. And I think this creates a knowledge transfer problem and a problem of who has the privilege and who gets to understand these systems deeply enough to eventually govern them or make decisions about them or provide feedback on them in more senior roles. I think everyone should be thinking very carefully about how we replace what is being lost right now for these short-term gains, because I think we might risk long-term security. And I encourage everyone to speak to my fellow youth delegates who also have very interesting experiences about work, their experiences with AI, and what it's like to be a young person in our generation today. Thank you so much.
Bueno, muy bueno. Oye, a mí me pasa que al escuchar a nuestros invitados tienen un ángulo bien particular de mirarlo y creo que nos nutre mucho, es muy nutritivo para nosotros escuchar qué es lo que está pasando aquí, porque aquí están pasando cosas, ¿no? Y hay un movimiento que muchas veces invisible para nosotros, pero que está cambiando. Bueno, ahora vamos a pasar a comentaristas. El equipo me dirá cómo hacemos. Despedimos a nuestros panelistas para que suban los comentaristas. Se van a subir al podio. Ya, muy bien. Bien, ahora vamos a tener un par de comentarios, porque no son los únicos jóvenes que invitamos a esta sesión. Ya llevan varios días acompañándonos. Me refiero a Sabina Gardea, ella es participante del Young American Business Trust de la OEA y delegada de México, estudiante de multilateralismo, gobernanza global y cooperación internacional. Sabina, ¿cómo ves la seguridad, desigualdad, futuro del trabajo? ¿Cómo todo eso se conecta? Bienvenida, gracias por estar acá.
Muchas gracias al ParlAmericas por este espacio, al senador por su increíble moderación. No les voy a mentir que estoy muy emocionada por hablar. Tengo los nervios y la emoción de hablar con ustedes. Así que, como les... Gracias. Pues de parte de nosotros de la Delegación Juvenil, como les digo otra vez, estamos muy emocionados por tener este espacio que nos prestan, porque tenemos muchas cosas que decir y queremos ser escuchados. A lo largo de estos 2 días de jornada, desde mi perspectiva como delegada juvenil, latinoamericana y mexicana, puedo decir que me da un sentimiento de paz que en estos foros internacionales tan importantes como el que es este, se han hablado de temas como seguridad humana, la preocupación sobre el medio ambiente, realidades como lo son el desempleo juvenil y qué vamos a hacer ante un fenómeno como la IA como sociedad internacional. Ahora, ayer también me alegró ver cómo los parlamentarios hablaban sobre las juventudes, pero el día de hoy nos toca a los jóvenes hablar de nosotros mismos. Así que quiero tocar 3 temas importantes sobre el trabajo, multilateralismo y la seguridad humana, cómo se conectan, que más al rato vamos a profundizar. Pero bueno, considero que las principales prioridades para construir oportunidades más equitativas en el futuro del trabajo de los jóvenes debe ser garantizar que el desarrollo de la IA y la transformación tecnológica estén acompañadas de mecanismos éticos, regulatorios y de cooperación internacional que realmente prioricen a las personas, pero especialmente a las juventudes. No estoy diciendo que yo quiero perder mi trabajo por la IA o que diga que la IA es mala, pero quiero que la IA me ayude a tener un trabajo, no a que lo pierda. Actualmente, muchas discusiones sobre la IA solamente están centradas en perspectivas técnicas o económicas, como lo es el panel sobre el panel científico internacional sobre la IA de la ONU. Entonces, creo que es necesario que también se incorporen enfoques como derechos humanos, ciencias sociales y, claro, que la experiencia juvenil. Porque al final, nosotros somos quienes viviremos directamente las consecuencias de esas transformaciones. Asimismo, considero fundamental el fortalecimiento del multilateralismo y acelerar su capacidad de adaptación frente a los desafíos contemporáneos. Muchas veces las transformaciones avanzan más rápido que los mecanismos multilaterales que están creados para regular esto. Entonces, esto genera incertidumbre, desigualdad y preocupación para millones de jóvenes en nuestra región. Pero finalmente, quiero hablar de que el futuro del trabajo no puede analizarse separado de la seguridad humana, porque como sabemos, en América, especialmente en Latinoamérica y tristemente en mi país, sufrimos violencia, y en especial las juventudes. Por ello, las discusiones sobre innovación, desarrollo y transformación tecnológica también deben centrarse en construir sociedades más humanas, seguras e inclusivas. Porque detrás de cada debate sobre ella tenemos a millones de jóvenes en este continente americano que viven diariamente la incertidumbre, pero también la esperanza de construir un futuro más justo, digno y humano. Y quiero cerrar con esto, porque sé que ya se me está acabando el tiempo, una pequeña comparación entre la IA y la energía nuclear. No estoy diciendo que sean igual de letales, pero tienen el mismo alcance. La IA es el gran poder de nuestra generación que todos estamos viviendo, pero más de mi generación. Y les quiero recordar una frase muy importante. Un gran poder conlleva una gran responsabilidad. Creo que la han escuchado. Y como ustedes son responsables de este poder, nosotros lo vamos a hacer en un futuro. Muchas gracias.
Bien, bravo. Tremenda, Sabina, tremenda. Gracias por estar acá, de verdad. A continuación, el senador Gustavo Lara, dominicano, integrante del Consejo de ParlAmericas. También lo invitamos a comentar esto que estamos escuchando, que es bastante único. Primera vez que invitamos a los jóvenes a hablar a un encuentro de ParlAmericas. Pero no la última. No, esto es la inauguración de lo que vendrá. Gustavo.
Oye, ok. Bueno, buenos días. Dios les bendiga a todos. Vlado, quiero iniciar con lo último que acaba de decir. Yo creo que lo que está haciendo ParlAmericas va a pasar a la historia. He sido parte de muchos foros como este y creo que es la primera vez que se aborda de esta manera y con la participación de jóvenes integrados a tantos legisladores de toda la región. Y yo creo, y quiero comenzar por aquí porque en mi caso, la mayor parte de mi carrera política, más de 20 años, ha sido trabajando justamente con juventud. Y quiero exhortarles a los legisladores que están aquí, jefes de parlamentos que están aquí presentes, que pongamos este tema como centro del debate de nuestras asambleas, de nuestros congresos. Yo estoy convencido de que esto representa uno de los principales desafíos que tenemos todos los países y tenemos que verlo desde la perspectiva no solamente de nuestro territorio, sino de cómo lo ve la región latinoamericana versus el resto del mundo. Y digo esto porque quiero delimitar mi intervención en 3 aspectos fundamentales. Primero, en la necesidad de que se dé este tipo de escenarios como una articulación intergeneracional. No es posible que nosotros legislemos en nuestros congresos sin la vinculación, sin la participación, sin el reconocimiento de las experiencias de nuestros jóvenes, que al final son los que están generando los grandes cambios que muchas veces, como decía Vlado, nosotros mismos no entendemos. Segundo, yo quiero y creo y estoy convencido de que tiene que darse en el debate de nuestros congresos reformas a la educación. Mientras nosotros seguimos enfocados en nuestra educación básica, en nuestra educación media, con un currículum tradicional, países desarrollados han incluido en sus currículos la educación STEM desde la educación básica, que genera una brecha y una diferencia extraordinaria entre las juventudes de nuestra región versus los países más desarrollados. Y de manera también conjunta, yo creo que tiene que haber un reenfoque hacia dónde van los incentivos de estudios. Yo no sé qué pasa en Colombia, en México, en Costa Rica, en los países de CARICOM. Sin embargo, en la República Dominicana, cuando vemos las becas que otorga el Estado Dominicano, están en un alto porcentaje vinculadas a carreras tradicionales, no están enfocadas a carreras STEM. Y nosotros estamos apostando entonces a generar oportunidades de empleo, pero ¿cómo puede un joven que no conoce la importancia de los semiconductores, de la inteligencia artificial, que no entiende ser parte de ese futuro y de esa generación de empleos que nosotros obviamente estamos hablando en este escenario? Y algo muy importante que no quiero dejar pasar desapercibido es que eso tiene que venir acompañado también de habilidades blandas, de compromiso y responsabilidad social. Porque siento que el desarrollo de las nuevas tecnologías tiene una desconexión con estos aspectos y nosotros no podemos dejarlo al aire libre. Creo que en todos los congresos y cada congresista aquí presente debería comenzar a pensar en tener dentro de su entorno jóvenes como Jordan que dominen, que hayan trabajado con inteligencia artificial, porque a las grandes naciones en este momento hay una batalla por el desarrollo de la inteligencia artificial, para poner un ejemplo. Sin embargo, nadie está pensando en esa regulación ética, pero nosotros sí deberíamos estar pensando en cómo regular éticamente el uso de la inteligencia artificial, porque al final seremos los mayores impactados. Finalmente quiero decir que nosotros hemos trabajado desde la República Dominicana y como senador en dos proyectos vinculados a este tema. Primero, un proyecto que busca crear por ley la oportunidad de que todos los jóvenes tengan oportunidad a un primer empleo desde el Estado Dominicano, para romper esa barrera de muchos jóvenes que se forman y cuando salen al mercado laboral no tienen esa oportunidad, porque justamente el principal argumento es que no tienen experiencia laboral. ¿Cómo puede un joven tener experiencia si el Estado como tal no les garantiza esa primera oportunidad? Y segundo, en la República Dominicana se ha ido desarrollando una economía muy interesante que al momento de someter el proyecto, muchos de los senadores no entendían de qué se trataba, que es justamente vinculado a los deportes electrónicos. Hay una gran cantidad de jóvenes dominicanos que están siendo reclutados por grandes empresas en todo el mundo para mejorar los deportes electrónicos, que es una comunidad internacional en la cual nosotros no tenemos contacto físicamente y probablemente ni siquiera conocemos, pero que hay millones de jóvenes involucrados y muchos jóvenes dominicanos, y este caso, de una manera muy espontánea, han desarrollado habilidades que hoy están siendo buscadas por los grandes desarrolladores de estos juegos electrónicos. Sin embargo, en nuestro país no había tomado la iniciativa ni de reconocerlo ni de regularlo, y estamos trabajando justamente en eso para crear las bases y que luego no se convierta en un problema, lo que puede ser una solución para nuestro país. Muchas gracias y felicidades nuevamente a ParlAmericas.
Muchas gracias, Gustavo, desde República Dominicana. A continuación, Christopher Brathwaite, que es embajador juvenil de CARICOM, representante de Barbados. ¿Dónde está Christopher? Aquí viene. Christopher, bienvenido.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I believe I speak for all the youth delegates when I say it's a privilege to be among you all today, not necessarily because of this grandiose chamber, but because of the enormous responsibility it bestows upon us in representing the voices of the youth across the region. Roughly half of the global population is under the age of 30, and yet only 2.6% of global parliamentarians fall in this age group. We are constantly told that youth represent the future, and yet young people have a shockingly insufficient say in the decisions which affect their lives. In raw Bajan, that can't work. In the same way that it is the responsibility of a parent to prepare their children for life after them, so too should a nation prepare its young people for life beyond its current generation of leaders. Because I can tell you firsthand, for many young persons in developing economies, the talent is universal, but the opportunity is not. Advancing youth inclusion calls for more than symbolic representation. It requires structural change. So the question before us, therefore, is how do we do that? My background is policy making, and so to me, the answer is quite straightforward. We need to create common sense policy and common sense legislation which considers and includes the youth perspective. Start by investing in equitable education systems that prepare young people to lead in rapidly changing global economies. Because emerging economies cannot compete in the 21st century with some of our youth remaining academically and technologically excluded. We need to create realistic pathways from the classroom to the workforce so that youth can be economically empowered, not just to live with dignity, but so that they may contribute to solutions in climate change, in technological need, in food security, and of course, in the creative industries. We need to bridge gaps between financing and institutional support so that we can give our young people not only a seat at the table, but the tools to build the table themselves. We need to institutionalize youth participation in governance, integrate them into policy-making processes at all levels by carving roads from their communities into the legislative chambers. Because the policies that affect youth should never be made without their input. And finally, we need to recognize that justice and inclusion are inseparable. We cannot speak of development in any way, shape, or form, while inequality continues to predetermine whose voices are heard, whose ideas are funded, and whose future is protected. Some of you today may be sitting here wondering, why is he making this call? Why is any of this necessary? Well, let me tell you. True democracy only functions as it should when leaders remain genuinely and uncomfortably close to the specific gravity of human suffering rather than processing it from behind the insulating distance of institutions and screens. And therefore, I invite this assembly to become intimately uncomfortable as we bring the specific plight of the exclusion of global youth to the forefront of this institution. I know that words alone will not change reality, but I do believe that they can inspire action. And more so, I believe that ordinary people can accomplish extraordinary things. The existence of ParlAmericas and the inclusion of youth at ParlAmericas is proof of that. And because of this, I am more confident than ever that we can design a world that works for all of us while leaving enough space to work for our children, our children's children, and the times that they will face, which will undoubtedly be worlds apart from what we now know. We may not get there in our youth or even in our lifetime, but a world exists where young people actively shape the decisions of the day. And every generation that dares to imagine it brings that world closer to reality. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Christopher, desde Barbados. Y finalmente tenemos a la diputada Ludmila de Weber de San Martín. ¿Dónde está? Aquí está. Que ya escuchamos ayer también en las conclusiones.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to comment on some of the things that I heard this morning from our youth panelists and then relate it back to St. Martin. And I wanted to start with Senator Mirosevic. That's how you pronounce it. He was talking about, how we represent ourselves as parliamentarians, as representatives, and whether or not we're giving a good example to the youth. And what I can say about that is you're absolutely correct. And we have a youth parliament in St. Martin, and they actually were the basis for our code of conduct of how we act as parliamentarians. And when you're talking about, ego and fights on the floor and disagreements, it gets ugly. And what kind of example are we leading? So I'm very proud to say that our youth parliament has been the basis of our own code of conduct. We're in the process of actually finalizing that now. And then when it comes to comments on the blue economy and orange economy, I'm going to give a little anecdote of what happened. I had a cousin I'm 46, so this was like 26 years ago, more than 26 years ago. And St. Martin's our biggest part of the budget is education, because we have a small university, but it's only an associate's degree. So most of the children have to go either Canada, US, maybe South America, but definitely the Netherlands. And I remember my cousin, when she went to get a scholarship, the commissioner at the time of education, she was a dancer. She went to NYU Tisch. She danced on Broadway. She traveled the entire world. The commissioner said, "What are you going to do with that education? What are you going to do with a dance, with a degree in dance, in the creative arts?" That was 26 years ago, but she's now the ambassador of the island, where everyone is now supported in the creative arts. I'm saying that story because it did not disappoint her, did not discourage her, and she has a foundation that promotes it. But the point of me bringing that up was, you have to keep teaching the older ones about exactly what is happening now. The same way how my nephews and nieces know how to use the phone better than I do, or the tablet better than I do. This is exactly why the dialogue has to exist between all parties, and to keep it an ongoing discussion. I have never shied away from it because of the experience that we had when we were younger with the persons that had to approve our own financing, student financing. Let's see what else I had to say about it. In terms of like St. Martin, I was really happy to hear the presentation even earlier about the youth parliament, because we do have that there. Senator Lara asked about it was talking about it as well, his youth involvement. And in St. Martin, one of the things that parliamentarians definitely don't like to do is be listed in the Teen Times publication, which is our daily publication, as never coming to meetings, because it's something that the teens actually talk about, whether it's on radio or whether it's written about, and we get graded. So that's how they keep us accountable back home. And let's see what else am I missing here? In general, I wanted to say something to the other Caribbean territories, because this is exactly why I appreciate being in ParlAmericas, because of the exposure with all of these countries within Latin America and the Caribbean. We are a tourism-based economy. St. Martin, it's 37 square miles. Back in the day, the focus was on hospitality industry, but that no longer serves us. So, our students aren't being educated, and that's why I really, when Senadora Lara was talking, I was like this the whole time, because we're not paying attention to exactly what needs to be done today, which is exactly what the gentleman at the end, I'm so sorry, I forgot your name. Jordan, sorry. What Jordan was talking about, in terms of AI. I don't know anything about AI. I mean, I have signed up multiple times on Courseve to see if I can take some AI just so I can learn what's going on. But this is the reason that moving away from traditional sort of degrees like accounting, doctor, that sort of thing, we have to kind of focus on everything else that the three of you talked about here today. And I wanted to remind the Caribbean territories especially that, if we're not going to try to shape our countries from moving away from a tourism-based economy, the conversation every day here has been about economic diversification. Economic diversification starts when we actually listen to the younger ones who know exactly what they need. Thank you very much.
Bien, muchas gracias por los comentarios. Bien, antes de pasar a la siguiente etapa, que son comentarios, quiero de verdad darle las gracias a quienes estuvieron con nosotros, a Jordan, a Asia, a Constanza. Creo que son de verdad que nos sacan de nuestra conversación habitual, nos ponen otra conversación que nos refresca. Y yo creo que realmente tenemos que conmovernos. Les pongo un ejemplo personal. Cuando todos tenemos una vida agitada en la política, viajamos y vivimos en ciudades distintas donde legislamos, en fin. Cuando yo llego a casa, tengo 2 niños chicos de 4 y 7. Lo único que quieren es jugar conmigo. Y el otro día me percibí a mí mismo como estaba preocupado yo de la legislación para que los niños no tengan acceso a las pantallas tan tempranamente, ¿no es cierto? Por el problema que genera al cerebro y a la salud mental. Y me vi jugando con mis niños a las cartas, a ellos les gusta jugar con las cartas Pokémon, me vi jugando con ellos, pero preocupado del celular, que mi equipo me mandaba sobre la legislación para prohibir los celulares en los colegios. O sea, lo absurdo, me autoobservé, este perfecto pelotudo, en lo absurdo que es que mis niños quieren jugar conmigo y yo estoy preocupado del teléfono, güey. ¿Y qué sentido tiene que yo me preocupe de que tengan una buena educación, que estudien en un buen colegio, si su papá no va a tener tiempo para jugar con ellos? O sea, ¿de qué estamos hablando? Entonces hoy día podemos estar en el mundo donde la abundancia es el conocimiento, pero lo que falta es sabiduría, eso es lo que está escaso. Entonces para eso tenemos que también auto-observarnos y saber movernos con más sabiduría. Eso es lo que va a hacer. Ya hace falta en el mundo y va a hacer mucha más falta en el futuro. Bueno, muchas gracias a nuestros panelistas. Y ahora le doy la palabra a María Boada, quien es la gerente de proyectos de programación de clima y sostenibilidad de ParlAmericas. Gracias, María. Y nosotros nos bajamos, ¿no?
Sí, señor.
Ya.
Gracias por esa gran moderación. I'll be switching to English now. So I have the fun job of getting everyone to move. And we like to call them, it's not round tables, they're clusters. So there's going to be clusters on each corner. And there's going to be a cluster in the center. So there is 3 clusters of English and then 2 clusters of Spanish. So I'm going to ask you that. And I want to say this and state this. The youth have all prepared and they stayed up late, a vision to present to you, a vision that you will co-create, because intergenerational dialogue is co-creation and dialogue. And so that's what you're going to do in these clusters. You're going to listen to their vision and you're going to co-create it and strengthen it. So I welcome you to really listen, to explore your reflections, and please, like we said, maybe give 20 minutes of a break to your cell phones and really listen. So now I'm going to ask, if you speak English, there's one corner over there. Go over there. It'll be group 1 in that left up towards that corner over there. I will do group 2. It's another English corner over here, please. And I ask you to just bring your chairs. And then a group over here, Spanish. Entonces, si hablan español, y uno en el centro para español. Y en another one here. So group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, and group 5. And you get to choose whichever one you go to, as long as you understand the language. Entonces, lo repito en español. Grupo 1 es en inglés allá. Grupo 2 es inglés allá. Grupo 3 en español aquí. Grupo 4 es en el centro en español. Y grupo 5 en inglés es aquí. Sí, ustedes participen. Please, if you're a youth, raise your hand so they know where you're at, and then you can bring your groups forward. Again, if the youth can raise their hands to help with this process.
Group 2 over there. Go over group 2. Group 2.
We should now be starting. Ya deben de estar empezando. Gracias. 10-minute warning. 10 minutos. 4-minute warning, 4 minutos. 20 segundos, 20 seconds. Okay, I'm going to have to ask everyone to start wrapping up because I'm going to ask the report backs, the youth responsible for reporting back, to come back. Perdón, ya estamos terminando. Yo sé que son unas discusiones muy fructíferas, la verdad que sé. Pero estamos ya para la parte de reportar, entonces les pido a los jóvenes que vengan aquí a sentarse. Okay. Okay. Okay, veo movimiento. I see some movement. I have a very hard job to stop people, but we do have a tight agenda.
Why was this group so small?
I hear applauses. That seems good. So may I have my youth that are reporting back, not my youth, sorry, the youth, come back and report. You'll see a little, I'm going to start calling names. Ay, perdón. Thank you. So, Mohammed, right here. Okay. Okay, perdón. Ya vamos a empezar el reporte, por favor. We're going to start the report back. Thank you very much. Ok. Les pido que les den la atención a los jóvenes. Please.
My dear colleagues, there will be time for a little snack later. No, but sincerely, some of these youth delegates need to go catch an airplane, so we want to allow them to have the report back. Okay? So please, there'll be time. Okay? Colegas, hay algunos de nuestros jóvenes que tienen salir por sus aviones. Entonces, vamos a empezar ahora. Gracias.
Yeah, but they gotta get them to the 10 minutes. They gotta get all the way there. They're same time.
Okay, I now have the honor of giving the award to these wonderful youth who provided great transformative visions. So to start us off, we have Mohammed Mahdi Hanbabe.
Close enough.
Sorry.
Yes, so we had actually quite a dynamic panel today, and our topic of discussion was how parliaments can better act in consultation with the Yes. Okay.
¿Está funcionando la interpretación?
Yes. Or is that better?
Sí. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, so I want to thank you for your patience with the issues it seems like we are facing with translation. I am. Is that good, or should I continue with my ramblings? Okay. Okay. So the topic of discussion in our group was around how parliaments and representatives can better act in consulting communities that are most affected by the AI transformation. The framing of this was in light of the fact that we see currently, especially amongst youth, a trend where youth unemployment is increasing and where younger college graduates are unable to get the sort of starting roles that allow people to develop a corporate or a professional career. We gathered perspectives from representatives of various nations on what they are doing to mitigate this matter. First of all, the representatives from Barbados proposed and put forth an initiative they have started from long ago, which is public consultations, having people who are affected by these industries show up in the parliament to discuss with members what is going on and how it is affecting their life, so that then policy can be better designed to serve the people who are being most hurt. In St. Lucia, training seems to be a policy that was put forth to help reskill those who may be affected by the AI transition. Other countries, for example, Grenada, had a very interesting proposal, which was financing specifically for youth-led businesses that employ youth within their country, which allows for this transitionary period to be far less painful for the youth involved in it. Guyana also put forth very interesting proposals. I would say that theirs was probably, I would call it, the most ambitious and direct, which was investing into the industries regarding silicon, regarding AI cities, regarding cybersecurity, a sort of domestic AI industry investment that allows their country to also be framed that when the boons of this AI revolution is to come to various stakeholders, that their nations are at the table, that their nations receive direct benefits and not only mitigatory effects. In Trinidad, there is also a very interesting approach, which I actually quite favor. I think it's quite a good idea, which is to have a ministry for artificial intelligence, which was a successor to the Ministry of Digital Transformation, to have ministers whose role is solely defined by their interest in this AI transition. And I think one of the things that was an overarching sort of theme in our panel was the fact that we do not know where AI is going. We cannot predict where AI is going. Some tell us that a country of geniuses might arrive, and that might mean the end of normal human labor, and others tell us that no, it will be an enhancement. But I believe the only way to push forth in this unclear environment is to be constantly in contact with professionals, with professors, with researchers, with students, and with your youth. And I believe, just one last remark, that politicians need reskilling as much as the workers, maybe even more, during this transition. And it is on the politicians to not become complacent and rely on the advocacy of others, but rather to actively engage those who know the upsides and the downsides of this industry as it unfolds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. They have a hard job to keep it to 3 minutes. So without further ado, Vaishnavi Gubudan. Yeah. Sorry.
First of all, thank you to each and every one of you for being here today and for taking the time to share your perspective. And thank you so much to ParlAmericas for hosting such an incredible conference here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vaishnavi Gobudan. I am a recent graduate from the University of Alberta, and I will also work as an International Development Fellow at YBT. So today I want to talk a little bit about inclusive policies and AI and how that really works. And I want to talk about one of the most important decisions that any institute can make when it comes to young people. And this is the decision about how to set their professional future. So across the Americas, AI is reshaping how young people have access to work, their ability to participate in their economies. And we've seen in the past that hiring decisions were prominently made by humans, and now it is being delegated more by automated systems, resume scanners, or even ATS systems. Now, there was this promise that it would be very efficient and objective, but as we're examining right now is that this isn't necessarily the reality. It's a lot more complex than what we're seeing. You see, when AI is learning from historical data that includes historical inequalities, it's also learning based on the data here that was trained on decades, hiring decisions that include these biases, that exclude low-income youth, Indigenous applicants, and even youths who don't necessarily have formal credentials. And what happens is that it will learn from these patterns and it will keep replicating it. And again, this isn't out of malice, but rather just out of pattern recognition. So when we talk about preparing our youth for an AI-shaped economy, it's not a question about just their curriculum. It's a far greater question, and it's an equity question. See, our young people who are best positioned to adapt to these changes is the ones who have access to quality education, digital infrastructures, but most importantly, professional networks. So those who don't have access to these networks, so people coming from low-income areas, from rural communities across the Americas, they're being left out, and every day, every year, they're further behind, and when we don't develop these policies to have more inclusion. So really, my vision comes down to one big word, which is accountability. So if the algorithm that is making decisions about a young person's livelihood, I believe that someone should be responsible for that decision, whether it is to explain it. And I believe that no young person across the Americas should be screened by an algorithm without knowing what happens, without the right to challenge it, and especially without having access to the skills to compete in the economy that's being shaped by this technology. So I really open up the discussion by asking, in your country right now, all of us, what are the laws that are being used to protect young people from biased hiring algorithms? And do you think that's enough? Which posed a lot of really interesting discussions. So one of the biggest one was talking about collaborating with parliamentarians. I'll wrap up in very brief summary right here. But going to the rural areas over here, you as parliamentarians are able to learn more from these communities here. I had really great perspective from Jamaica talking about their youth parliament over here. So having more pressures also from universities to have more youth involved here. I'd also like to talk very briefly about having more human oversight, monitoring how are these acts really being applied in our communities, having more transparency, allowing to have more fairness and equity within these discussions here.
Just ask you to wrap up.
The safety and accountability, and also ensuring that what is going on is valid and robust. So making sure that things are consistent. I will leave you with one last thought before I do wrap up, which is when you're having these discussions, please don't think of just the during and the after process, but also before. What are the things that you can do before these AI technologies are being developed? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now we have Gabriela Gil from Panama.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Gabriela Gil, representante juvenil de Panamá. Quiero dar gracias a ParlAmericas por tenernos a todos los jóvenes aquí reunidos con ustedes para que ustedes puedan escuchar un poquito más de nuestras perspectivas. Ok, a nosotras, a mi compañera Sabina y a mí nos tocó con los honorables aquí en la mesa 3 y entonces desde el grupo 3 estuvimos reflexionando sobre cómo la colaboración multisectorial y el acceso inclusivo a la tecnología pueden convertirse en herramientas fundamentales para construir oportunidades más equitativas en innovación, sostenibilidad y futuro al trabajo. A lo largo de la conversación coincidimos en que estamos viviendo una transformación acelerada por la inteligencia artificial, la digitalización y las nuevas tecnologías. Sin embargo, también reconocimos que muchas veces los sistemas de gobernanza y regulación avanzan un poco más lento que estos cambios tecnológicos. Lo hemos hablado en diferentes sesiones también. Como visión transformadora, el grupo destacó la importancia de impulsar modelos de desarrollo tecnológico más inclusivos, sostenibles y centrados en las personas, donde la innovación no sea vista únicamente desde la productividad económica, sino que también desde su impacto social, ambiental y humano. También conversamos sobre la importancia de fortalecer la colaboración entre gobierno, sector privado, academia, organizaciones y juventudes, entendiendo que los desafíos actuales no pueden resolverse de manera aislada. Las soluciones más sostenibles y efectivas surgen cuando diferentes sectores trabajan juntos y logran conectar la innovación con las necesidades reales de las personas y las comunidades. Desde nuestra experiencia en Panamá y México, coincidimos además en que muchas de estas oportunidades y desafíos tecnológicos se viven de manera distinta dependiendo del contexto social y económico de cada país, porque nuestros países no son iguales, pero queremos hacer cosas juntas también, ¿no? Entonces, por lo que las soluciones deben adaptarse a las realidades de nuestras regiones. Asimismo, surgió la necesidad de integrar principios de sostenibilidad y economía circular dentro del desarrollo tecnológico y del uso de la inteligencia artificial, considerando temas como residuos electrónicos, consumo energético y acceso desigual a herramientas digitales. Entre las principales barreras identificadas estuvieron las brechas de acceso tecnológico, las desigualdades educativas y económicas y la limitada participación juvenil en espacios de toma de decisiones. Al mismo tiempo, reconocimos oportunidades relacionadas como la innovación sostenible, los empleos verdes, la cooperación internacional y el fortalecimiento de modelos de economía circular más inclusivos para nuestra región. Y el grupo también destacó el rol que pueden desempeñar los parlamentos mediante la promoción política públicas inclusivas, espacios de diálogo multisectorial y marcos regulatorios responsables que permitan que la tecnología avance de manera ética, sostenible y centrada en nosotros, las personas. Y ya voy terminando. Y quizás una de las reflexiones que yo le comentaba a mi grupo más importantes que surgió durante este intercambio fue entender que la juventud no quiere heredar únicamente problemas, también quiere participar activamente en las soluciones. Entonces, ¿por qué el futuro no se construye esperando el cambio? Esa es la realidad. Se construye creando espacios como este donde las ideas, la innovación y las personas pueden crecer juntas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. And now, William Santiago Vázquez de México.
Hola, mucho gusto. Muchísimas gracias por tenerlos aquí. Quiero de verdad tomarme el tiempo para agradecer la oportunidad que nos están dando como jóvenes y quiero agradecer también por algo muy importante porque yo sé que voy a llegar a ustedes, yo sé que nos están escuchando, pero gracias a este viaje me acaban de dar un equipo que me va a soportar y me va a apoyar durante todo este camino que sigue por delante, los delegados juveniles. Creo que nuestra participación aquí es muy importante y estoy muy feliz por haberlos conocido. Gracias. Continuando con mi mesa de trabajo, la mesa 4, nuestro tema principal era acerca de la educación financiera y los sistemas burocráticos que son difíciles de acceder y esto hace que el emprendimiento juvenil en cualquiera de nuestros países vaya en decadencia. Aquí es donde me gustaría hablar un poquito acerca de mi historia, no tanto desde la teoría, sino desde la experiencia. Me tomó 20 años reconocer un sistema familiar muy tradicional que frenaba mi desarrollo y salir de casa. Y me tomó 3 años más aprender qué era una tarjeta de crédito y cómo funcionaba el sistema financiero. Así que en mis programas de educación nunca me mencionaron qué era una tasa de interés, qué era una tarjeta de crédito, cómo debía yo ir al banco a buscar algún apoyo financiero o con cualquier persona a buscar un apoyo financiero. Entonces aprendí cometiendo errores y la necesidad de la educación financiera es una deuda histórica en nuestras poblaciones. Se la debemos a los adultos mayores, se la debemos a mis padres, se la debemos a mi hermano que está por cumplir 17 años. Entonces creo que de manera urgente los niños en las aulas hoy están aprendiendo más que nunca. Tenemos muchísima información. Crecí con muchísima información, crecí jugando con mi iPad, como estaban mencionando anteriormente, pero crecí sin educación. Así que las cifras, también las mencionábamos un poquito acerca en la mesa, son alarmantes. En México, por ejemplo, se demuestra que el 79,1% de los jóvenes utilizan mecanismos de ahorro informal. Así que sus capacidades básicas de emprendimiento se desarrollan desde la informalidad. Y aunque casi siempre se empieza de ahí, ¿cómo esperamos que un negocio informal se formalice si no hay una educación para lograrlo? Sin esta base, lo informal termina acabándose pronto y no crece. El resultado es que en América Latina y en general en nuestras poblaciones la mayoría de las empresas cierran antes de los 2 años. Mis principales intereses hoy. También me gustaría mencionar que como problemática, los jóvenes queremos que ustedes se comuniquen con nosotros. Y como bien tuve una muy breve charla con la senadora Vero, perdón. Ella me dijo algo muy importante. No estamos hablando el mismo idioma. Y creo que ese es un punto crítico para nuestras poblaciones. Los jóvenes, y lastimosamente ustedes, no estamos hablando el mismo idioma y no nos estamos logrando entender entre nosotros. Ya que se terminó. Mis principales intereses son la inteligencia artificial y el uso del emprendimiento juvenil, así que hoy más que nunca me gustaría decirles que este es un tema profundamente personal. Anoche obligué a los delegados juveniles a ir a ver la piscina porque soy una persona muy visual y necesito ver o sentir las cosas para saber que existen. Así que me gustaría ver y sentir que el apoyo a los jóvenes está en emprendimiento y en educación financiera y les invito a que si ustedes, como se mencionó en la mesa, tienen estos programas, los comuniquen y los comuniquen eficientemente a nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, William. Por último, Sean Clark from the Yukon, Canada.
1 second here. 3 minutes and a lot to cover. AI and technology, so let's treat this as exactly what it is, a good start. So thank you all for having me here, having all of us here to engage in these incredibly enriching discussions. So we had the broad topic of AI and technology. The questions at the forefront of my own mind, as somebody who works in this space, is how are the benefits and the rewards that are reaped from the developments that are happening in this space going to contribute to the broadly shared prosperity of the people whose landscape and livelihoods are being shifted. Now that's a big, broad topic to cover amongst 6 folks at a round table. So we tried to be a little bit more direct. Our question was, how can Parliament engage private AI innovators, the folks that are driving these technological changes, early enough to understand the high impact uses and protect the public interests without undermining responsible innovation, we all understand there's a balance to strike. We can't afford to stop development in order to have these conversations at risk of falling behind our competitors and at risk of not achieving great things sooner. There's a lot that can be achieved from this, and it's very exciting. Diseases to be cured, problems to solve, big ones, climate change being a good example. So how do we incentivize the proponents of these innovations to come to the table and to discuss the future that they're actively shaping? If there was one question that you walked out of here today thinking about, and if there was one that was going to keep you up at night, I hope it would be that one. Because there's no straightforward answer. We need measurement. We need accountability. I often think of an anecdote of mine, which is that we are all on a bus hurtling towards a cliff. We're all in the back seats, and this might seem doom and gloom. The people that are driving aren't looking out the window where we're going. They're looking at their dashboard, and they're happy to see that the number is going up. So what do? We have these discussions, we engage, and we try to find a better path forward. Now, what does that look like? I mean, we know that the youth unemployment rate is a especially large issue right now, and that's actually exacerbated in Indigenous communities, as we talked about. Often underreported, often not well understood, and I'm running out of time here. So I'll leave with one concrete example, something that's real. Here's a Goldman Sachs CEO, David Solomon, I think, 2025 Cisco AI Summit. He was an original skeptic of LLMs and the impact that they would have on the economy, but he admitted at that summit that AI, in a matter of hours, in a matter of minutes, was able to complete the same amount of work, 95% of the work of 6 highly skilled, highly educated professionals that would normally take them 2 weeks. 95%. The remaining 5% is where all of the value exists and presides. And I think we can all agree on that. That's what makes us human. But that 5% relies on expertise and judgment that is only built through experiencing that 95%.
I'll ask you to wrap up, sorry.
I think that's a wonderful place to stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I hope you take this, internalize, and action upon it. I'm going to give it back to my Director General, Alicia Todd, who will tell you what to do next.
A great big round of applause to our youth delegates. Our 2 who unfortunately do now need to go. I've been holding off your transport as long as I can. Thank you so much for having been here with us. A great big applause to Maria Boada, who from ParlAmericas Secretariat, who pulled this together for me. And a sincere thank you to MP Sandra Kobenya of Canada. Sandra, stand up so everybody remembers. Because Sandra's fairly new to ParlAmericas, and she said, and she brought it up in Washington, she's like, my passion is youth. And I said, we do a lot of youth. Great. And I said, so what? She's like, in Canada, will there be youth? I'm like, yes, because we have been. For years, we've had 2 or 3. And she said, we can do better than 2 or 3. You got to make it bigger. So thank you to Sandra, who encouraged me to try to make it bigger. And I saw how wonderful this was here. So my commitment is to continue to make it bigger. All right. So we are now going to move into the final sessions of our gathering, right? And remember this morning the commitment that we have to try to catch up on time for that beautiful lunch. I'm going to ask all of you, we've snacked. I saw the snacking was happening, so it's not, so it's not a health break now. It's a movement of our stuff and ourselves into, we get to do the concluding session back in the chamber. So where we were yesterday, the chamber of the House of Commons. So if you can just follow the directions, it's just out, it's a left. Take your things with you, please, because we're not coming back to this room. I'm going to invite you to join us. Take your seats, please. Dear delegates, invited guests, we are going to get started here to move into the closing session. And I know, I promise you would have today for photos, so. I need, all right, a couple minutes. I need the president. Maria, I need Latancio. All right, keep taking pictures. Exactly. All right. My dear interpreters, we are going to get started to our parliamentary colleagues, our invited guests. We're going to get started. We're going to move into what is the final sessions of our gathering. My microphone, well, I'm going to talk until somebody adjusts that for me because, right? Is that better? I'm a naturally loud person, but I'm trying not to overwhelm. Can we hear me okay? Better. We would like it even louder. Is that possible, or do I just have to get closer? I can do that too. Excellent. And is everybody's interpretation working? We don't know yet. My anglophones, they're just trusting it's going to work. Sí, voy a hablar un poco de español, solo para practicar si la interpretación está funcionando. Sí? Thank you again to our interpreters for allowing us to all be here together and to speak together. Okay, so we're hearing that the Spanish interpretation is a bit low. Just to say that it's gotten better. Perfect, thank you. Good, so we're resolved on that. Again, I have to say, I'm just so honored. I'm so honored to see you all here in the House of Commons. This is our plenary assembly, right? So, yes, the gathering here this week is the ParlAmericas Plenary Assembly and the 10th gathering of our Open Parliament Network. The Plenary Assembly being the largest annual general meeting of ParlAmericas membership each year. So a piece of that, though, is what we then call the actual plenary session, the Plenary Assembly session, which is a bit of an accountability mechanism to you, the members, about how ParlAmericas has been working over this past year. And so you're going to have a few presentations here this morning from the executive of ParlAmericas, the parliamentarians who really contribute a tremendous amount of energy, passion, commitment to support the work of ParlAmericas from the very highest governance levels of our organization. And so that's what we're going to do. Then we will move into the reading of our declaration, right? And then just into the closing ceremony and that delicious lunch. It gives me a sincere pleasure, therefore, then, to first invite up, and I don't have it here in the order I'm supposed to invite you in, no. The president of ParlAmericas, Ivan Flores Garcia, who will join us here at the podium to give the report from the president of ParlAmericas here for our plenary assembly. Senator Garcia, please join me here. Con cuidado.
Muy buenos días, estimadas y estimados colegas. Quiero saludar a quienes también nos acompañan esta mañana, al cuerpo diplomático, autoridades del Parlamento canadiense, por supuesto a Patricia, que siempre nos ha acompañado, y a nuestra anfitriona. También al Chief Cree, que siempre ha estado con nosotros, y a las delegaciones, a cada una de las delegaciones en esta participación tan interesante, además de significativa por su contundencia y masividad, también por su contundencia de los contenidos que hemos podido discutir. No ha sido accidental que el último debate haya sido con las preguntas de los jóvenes. Claramente, la interpelación que nos hacen, las preguntas que nos hacen y el desafío que conlleva esta inquietud de representantes jóvenes que nos preocupamos de convidar, nos dejan en la retina y nos deben dejar en la retina el compromiso de seguir trabajando por ellos. No fue casual que el equipo de ParlAmericas definiese que el último panel sea un debate con las futuras generaciones, los futuros conductores. Ha sido parte del diseño del equipo de ParlAmericas colocarnos a los jóvenes enfrente para obtener de nosotros un compromiso a seguir trabajando por ellos. Estimadas y estimados colegas, al concluir estas jornadas, que como siempre Hemos tenido una agenda intensa, ¿no? Todos podemos dar fe de lo intensa de la agenda. Creo que también vamos a darle una vuelta a eso para dar más espacio a lo que ocurrió también con los jóvenes. La posibilidad de debatir, de escucharnos entre nosotros también. Algo tenemos que ver allí. Yo siento ahora también el deber y la alegría de compartir con ustedes algunas consideraciones y contundentes cifras, hasta el final es eso, del resultado concreto del esfuerzo que el equipo de ParlAmericas, todo el equipo de ParlAmericas, incluyendo las delegaciones, y con ustedes, hacemos para cumplir con el mandato y con la misión de nuestra organización. Lo hago no como una enumeración administrativa de actividades, lo hago como el más honesto ejercicio de rendición de cuentas de carácter político sobre el rol que está cumpliendo y el lugar al que ha llegado y está llegando ParlAmericas justo en medio de coyunturas particularmente exigentes para el hemisferio. Estamos, todas y todos, participando en aquellos temas que son relevantes para nuestros pueblos y lo hacemos con esfuerzo, lo hacemos con responsabilidad y también, y hay que decirlo, con mucho cariño, pensando justamente en nuestra gente y en ustedes. Cuando asumimos esta responsabilidad en la anterior Asamblea Plenaria en Montevideo en mayo del 2025, lo hicimos con una convicción clara. ParlAmericas debe seguirse consolidando como un interlocutor político más visible, mejor articulado y más relevante dentro del sistema interamericano y el diálogo multilateral. Este propósito ha guiado nuestro trabajo y me complace, honestamente, en decir que estamos dando pasos certeros y efectivos con buenos resultados en esta dirección. Por ejemplo, la delegación parlamentaria anual de ParlAmericas ante la OEA se ha consolidado como una expresión concreta de ese avance. Lo que comenzó como un espacio de diálogo se ha convertido hoy progresivamente en un mecanismo regular de interlocución política al más alto nivel con la Organización de Estados Americanos. También con sus órganos políticos, sus secretarías técnicas y con las misiones permanentes de los Estados miembros. Y por ello, puedo informar que este año concretamos la tercera versión de ese diálogo. Destaco también nuestra presentación anual ante el Consejo Permanente de la OEA, un mecanismo directo para proyectar la voz de los parlamentos en la agenda política de la organización y reafirmar el papel de la diplomacia parlamentaria en el multilateralismo interamericano, y debo reconocer la gestión de la senadora Blanca Ovelar, que fue ella quien gestionó retomar estos encuentros. Y quiero decir y afirmar ante ustedes que nos están escuchando. Nos están escuchando. ParlAmericas tiene voz que es escuchada en la Organización de Estados Americanos. El mensaje que subyace en estos logros colectivos es contundente. Los parlamentos somos actores centrales de la arquitectura institucional interamericana y ParlAmericas es la organización responsable de esta integración. Por otro lado, y también son buenas noticias, hemos avanzado en la ampliación de la participación formal de parlamentos nacionales ante ParlAmericas, así como, por ejemplo, la incorporación del Parlamento del Uruguay, y está aquí nuestro presidente con una delegación, al Consejo de ParlAmericas, y también la vinculación institucionalizada de parlamentos de distintas jurisdicciones del Caribe, incluyendo lo que ocurrió esta semana, que es la incorporación de San Martín y Curazao como miembros asociados aprobadas por el Consejo de ParlAmericas hace 3 días atrás. Ello demuestra nuestro alcance hemisférico y confirma que esta organización es la instancia parlamentaria de referencia en la región, en el hemisferio. Somos una organización interparlamentaria, la más grande del hemisferio, y estamos orgullosos de aquello. ParlAmericas es un espacio abierto y democrático, siempre dispuesto a renovarse y ampliar las bases de la representación política, toda, sin exclusión. Quiero dedicar un espacio especial para informar y celebrar nuestras alianzas institucionales con nuevos socios estratégicos. Estoy dando cuenta del último año de gestión, de mayo a mayo. Por ejemplo, en lo que respecta al sistema de Naciones Unidas, esta semana hemos profundizado nuestra relación con el PNUD, suscribiendo un memorando de entendimiento que abre nuevos caminos de cooperación en materias de democracia, gobernabilidad y desarrollo integral. Del mismo modo, la colaboración cada vez más fluida con la Oficina de Coordinación del Desarrollo de las Naciones Unidas, con la CEPAL, con ONU Mujeres, especialmente en el Caribe, y la Oficina de Naciones Unidas para la Reducción del Riesgo de Desastre ha ampliado las capacidades técnicas y políticas de nuestra organización para abordar temas que hoy son centrales para el trabajo legislativo de cada uno de nuestros países miembros. Este trabajo confirma una función cada vez más importante de ParlAmericas, como es concretar, como es conectar a los parlamentos nacionales con los foros y agencias más relevantes del multilateralismo regional y mundial, acercando la cooperación técnica con las perspectivas y parlamentarias en temas y acciones prioritarias de acuerdo a la necesidad de cada país y del continente en su conjunto, y del Caribe. En esta misma línea, en Washington, suscribimos un memorando de entendimiento con la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y por esa vía también con la Organización Mundial de la Salud, que abre una nueva y necesaria etapa de cooperación en materia de salud pública, fortaleciendo nuestra capacidad para vincular la acción legislativa con respuestas técnicas y científicas de alto nivel. A ello se suma una próxima alianza con la CAF, el Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, y aquí están sus representantes, que permitirá trabajar en temas comunes y movilizar apoyo político, apoyo técnico y apoyo financiero para fortalecer iniciativas orientadas al desarrollo, la integración y la cooperación parlamentaria. Todo ello no representa solamente un fortalecimiento institucional, que de hecho lo es. Sin embargo, este fortalecimiento tiene un sentido y cumple un objetivo político más profundo. Y esto en el contexto marcado por las crecientes tensiones geopolíticas, los desafíos de seguridad, la transformación tecnológica, la incertidumbre económica y las presiones climáticas, todo junto. ParlAmericas sigue consolidando su rol como plataforma política para que los parlamentos estén más acompañados y se sientan más acompañados y puedan asumir entonces con mayor claridad los cambios que están en curso. Concertar posiciones y ser parte activa de las respuestas democráticas a desafíos que trascienden las fronteras nacionales es un foco importante para todos nosotros. Ese ha sido también el valor de nuestras redes temáticas. Y ya vamos a tener la posibilidad de conversar con los presidentes y presidentas de las redes temáticas. La Red Parlamentaria para la Igualdad de Género, la Red Parlamentaria de Cambio Climático y Sostenibilidad, la Red de Parlamento Abierto y la Red Parlamentaria de Seguridad creada recientemente. No son únicamente espacios especializados de trabajo, son mucho más. A través de estas redes, ParlAmericas ha logrado transformar agendas temáticas en espacios de concertación política, de aprendizaje entre pares, de ida y vuelta, de nosotros hacia ustedes, de los técnicos hacia ustedes y de ustedes hacia los técnicos y hacia nosotros. Ese aprendizaje entre pares y la construcción de criterios legislativos compartidos para orientar la acción parlamentaria en estas áreas decisivas son importantes para el futuro de nuestra región. Como dije al inicio, siento el deber y también la alegría de compartir algunos datos y cifras gruesas, solo cifras gruesas y algunas nada más, que dan cuenta de lo fructífero que ha sido el esfuerzo de cada uno de nosotros y de ustedes. Voy a solamente mencionar algunos datos de lo que va corrido el 2025 y parte de lo que hemos vivido el 2026. ¿Saben ustedes que así como ahora, más de 85 parlamentarias y parlamentarios de 26 países del continente y del Caribe han participado? Más de 600 parlamentarias y parlamentarios, junto a funcionarios de los congresos de más de 30 países, participaron en 46 actividades formales organizadas por ParlAmericas. Así como ahora, hemos hecho otras 45 actividades con más de 600 parlamentarias y parlamentarios. Hemos tenido, además, 23 encuentros presenciales. Estuvimos allí en 13 países. Y en esto hago un paréntesis. En ParlAmericas jugamos en equipo. El presidente, yo he ido a 1 o 2 encuentros. Albina, nuestra vicepresidenta, ha ido a otros. Han habido presidentes de parlamentos que han asistido en nuestra representación a otros. Y, por cierto, vamos distribuyendo entre los past president o los presidentes de las redes. Pero hemos estado en 23 reuniones en 13 países en este año. Hemos también tenido, y calza el número, lo pregunté para ver que no haya un error, también tenido 23 reuniones formales pero virtuales, de amplia participación. Hemos coordinado y facilitamos la participación de colegas parlamentarios y funcionarios en otras 26 actividades regionales y globales de alto nivel. Por ejemplo, estuvimos en el primer Foro Iberoamericano y Caribeño por la Seguridad Alimentaria. Estuvimos en la Conferencia Regional de la Mujer. Estuvimos en la Cumbre Global de la Alianza del Gobierno Abierto en España. Pudimos enviar colegas parlamentarios a esos foros internacionales. Y solo este año hemos desarrollado 4 programas para promover el liderazgo político de 190 mujeres jóvenes líderes de 11 países. Mujeres jóvenes líderes del mundo, de las regiones, lejos de la capital, de grupos vulnerables, de población afrodescendiente, de comunidades indígenas. Y ahí están 190 mujeres jóvenes que están articulándose entre sí, que se suman a las más de 400 mujeres que ya habían tenido esa posibilidad en 8 eventos celebrados en 7 países entre el 2020 y el 2024. Entonces, podremos sumar que ya tenemos prácticamente 600 mujeres líderes jóvenes más preparadas, más motivadas, más acompañadas y que están articulándose. 600 mujeres, entonces, a la suma de 14 países. Y seguimos. Hemos realizado, además, un taller en Trinidad y Tobago que congregó ahora también a más de 40 jóvenes graduadas de 6 países del Caribe. Se reunieron todas en Trinidad y Tobago en este año. Seguimos consolidando acuerdos formales, acuerdos y alianzas, y ya sumamos más de 30 organismos internacionales y organizaciones de la sociedad civil del hemisferio con la que tenemos acuerdos formales de colaboración y cooperación. Hemos creado una nueva red. A fines del año pasado, noviembre, si no me equivoco, no lo tengo anotado, creamos la red parlamentaria de seguridad, pero el concepto de la seguridad multidimensional, como ya dije en el acto inaugural, es mucho más que seguridad pública. Y eso fue en el encuentro hemisférico sobre seguridad humana en la ciudad de Panamá. Esta semana concretamos una nueva bancada, la bancada por los derechos de las mujeres y niñas indígenas, con la participación de más de 30 participantes. Estuvimos con Patricia ese día y la verdad es que fue emocionante de ver el grado de interés y el trabajo que hicieron durante todo el día en paralelo al inicio de nuestra jornada de la Corporación ParlAmericas y del Consejo de ParlAmericas. Hemos dado asistencia técnica a más de 20 parlamentos en temas como la igualdad de género, la apertura legislativa, la transformación digital y el desarrollo sostenible. Este apoyo responde a solicitudes expresas de algunos parlamentos miembros que participan en nuestras redes y bancadas. Hubo parlamentos que lo solicitaron y allí ParlAmericas respondió acudiendo. Hemos lanzado 10 publicaciones para enriquecer el trabajo parlamentario y, por ejemplo, en asuntos como el abordaje de la violencia sexual, el impacto de la delincuencia organizada y seguridad ciudadana, la aplicación de perspectivas de futuro intergeneracional en la labor parlamentaria, una guía para la elaboración de protocolos para el abordaje de la violencia, otra para el uso del lenguaje claro e inclusivo en el lenguaje parlamentario. Son libros que están impresos, pero están circulando a través de las redes. Lanzamos además, con el apoyo de reconocidos especialistas internacionales, 26 episodios de podcast que abundan temas de interés ciudadano y de interés político. Allí están. Es preciso reconocer y destacar que todo esto lo logramos gracias a la dedicación de la Secretaría Internacional y de un pequeño grupo de 17 personas, apenas 17 personas para armar, para coordinar, para mover, para controlar, para corregir todas estas actividades que les estoy mencionando que hemos hecho un año, y les pido un aplauso al equipo de la Secretaría Ejecutiva Internacional. Y en esto voy a repetir lo que he dicho estos 3 días. Muchas gracias, Canadá. Y muchas gracias, Canadá, porque si bien es cierto, todos los países aportamos una pequeña cuota por la participación y por la mantención de nuestra institución, esa pequeña cuota es apenas el 11% del financiamiento de ParlAmericas. La decisión política desinteresada, no han pedido nunca nada a cambio. Desde que nacimos aquí en Ottawa, hace 25 años que estamos celebrando, hasta el día de hoy, significa hoy día un financiamiento de más del 86% del presupuesto, que permite que países más pequeños, con presupuestos más escasos, puedan acudir a las invitaciones, a los foros, a los intercambios, a los debates y llevarse de vuelta información que han recogido sus pares. Por lo tanto, no solamente es una cuestión protocolar y de decencia política agradecer, sino que es algo que uno reconoce, valora y agradece en todo el amplio sentido de la palabra, porque las cifras que, disculpen que haya sido extenso tal vez, hay mucho más de lo que estamos haciendo que sería demasiado denso señalar, podrán tenerlo ustedes, pero el trabajo ha sido intenso y lo más importante, es exitoso porque estamos transformando personas, estamos mejorando nuestra condición de parlamentarios y de políticos. Hoy, al mirar estos resultados, podemos sentirnos orgullosos, todos somos ParlAmericas, y afirmar que nuestra institución llega a sus 25 años con una identidad clara y con una responsabilidad mucho mayor todavía y cada vez más para con nuestros pueblos. ParlAmericas ya no es solamente una plataforma de intercambio parlamentario, es hoy día un actor político hemisférico con capacidad de convocar, de articular, de promover, de acompañar respuestas legislativas y políticas frente a los grandes desafíos regionales. Naturalmente, nada de esto habría sido posible sin el compromiso de ustedes, de los parlamentos miembros y de las y de los colegas que integran nuestro Consejo de ParlAmericas, de las presidencias y comités ejecutivos de nuestras redes de las delegaciones parlamentarias que con tanto esfuerzo se desplazan de un país, de un lugar a otro, postergando sus agendas legislativas y sus agendas personales para acompañar nuestras actividades y, por cierto, de nuestros socios estratégicos. Queridas y queridos colegas, yo creo que a esta altura podemos decir queridas y queridos amigos. Somos una familia política extendida. Somos la familia de los 35 países, más algunos que se empiezan a incorporar en una condición distinta, pero vamos sumando. Este resumido balance abreviado que comparto con ustedes no pretende cerrar una etapa, sino señalar una dirección que asumimos con responsabilidad y convicción, ser parte importante de la articulación política hemisférica. ParlAmericas debe seguir conformándose como un actor político con legitimidad democrática propia. ParlAmericas es una voz parlamentaria presente allí donde se debaten y se definen decisiones que marcan el rumbo hemisférico. Muchas gracias por acudir a esta asamblea y por vuestra activa participación. Tengan ustedes un buen regreso a casa. Seguimos en contacto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Flores. And you saw that applause. We thank you for your outstanding commitment and passion, accompaniment from the Secretariat. Sincerely, thank you for all of the leadership you bring us as President of ParlAmericas. To Senator Flores, please. Well, I would say he said it all, and he really did, actually. I was very impressed. Senator Flores. But we do want to bring here, I'm next to invite Member of Parliament Patricia Latancio, who is the president of the ParlAmericas Corporation, to just give us a bit of a report back from the corporation. Please, Latancio, I'll pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Alicia. And again, once again, thank you for being here and welcome to our House of Commons. We are so honored to have you here. It's going to be a hard feeling coming back on Monday in this chamber because you paint a very beautiful picture, and I'm accompanied here this morning by two members of Parliament, Marie-France Lalonde and Sandra Cabina, so I just wanted to highlight their presence here also this morning. So we will remember you on Monday as we come back to this chamber, and I don't think it'll look just as beautiful as it is today. So dear colleagues, President Flores has shared a broader reflection on the trajectory of ParlAmericas and the role our organization continues to build across the region. In my capacity as president of ParlAmericas Corporation, I would like to offer a complimentary update on the operational, financial, and governance foundation that sustain this work. The speech is a little bit dry. Not as colorful as Senator Flores. ParlAmericas depends on many forms of commitment. Some are reflected directly in our financial statements, while others are expressed through the hosting of meetings, the participation of national delegations, the sharing of expertise, and the sustained engagement of our member parliaments. Together, these contributions enable ParlAmericas to maintain an active, relevant, and impactful program of work across the Americas and the Caribbean. This past year has been particularly important in strengthening the institutional framework that supports these efforts. A key development has been the reorganization of ParlAmericas Council, including the expansion of its membership to all parliaments in good standing. This adjustment reinforces a more inclusive and representative governance structure while ensuring that the direction of ParlAmericas remains firmly grounded in the participation and ownership of its members. This process has also been accompanied by a review and update of the membership fee schedule. The corporation's board of directors proposed a modest increase to the annual fees, the first adjustment since 2019, which has been endorsed by the Council to take effect in 2027. This approach reflects the ParlAmericas' commitment to ensuring that financial considerations do not become a barrier to participation, while underscoring that membership contributions are fundamental expressions of shared ownership and responsibility for the organization. These contributions, alongside the active engagement of parliamentarians through the Council and other governing bodies, are essential to the stewardship and long-term sustainability of ParlAmericas. I would like to therefore recognize those parliaments that continue to keep the contributions up to date and to encourage all members to remain actively engaged in supporting the organization's financial sustainability. I would also like to acknowledge the important contributions made by member parliaments that host ParlAmericas activities. Hosting meetings and gatherings requires significant institutional commitment, including time, resources, coordination, and of course, leadership. While these contributions are often provided in kind and may not be fully reflected in financial reporting, they are nonetheless vital to the quality, reach, and impact of our programming. Pero nada de los que hacemos sería posible sin el compromiso de los parlamentarios, el decir de todos ustedes aquí. La participación en las actividades de ParlAmericas requiere tanto tiempo como recursos, incluidos los gastos de viaje, y supone una importante inversión por parte de los miembros para impulsar el diálogo y la cooperación regional. At the same time, strategic partnership may play an essential role and complementary role in sustaining our operations and enabling the expansion of our work. In this regard, I would like to express, on behalf of the Corporation Board of Directors, our deepest and most sincere appreciation to the Government of Canada, through Global Affairs Canada, for its long-standing and steadfast commitment to ParlAmericas. Yes. Canada's support has been foundational to the organization's stability and growth and continues to be critical to the work of the International Secretariat based here in Ottawa. Beyond financial contributions, this partnership reflects a sustained confidence in ParlAmericas' mandate and in the value of parliamentary diplomacy across the hemisphere. In that same spirit, I am pleased to recognize the new technical cooperation agreement with CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Round of applause. This agreement provides an important financial support and reflects the value of sustained collaboration with a key regional partner, reinforcing our shared commitment to advancing parliamentary dialogue and development outcomes. This progress is further evidenced by the recent Memorandum of Understanding signed by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO. Here in Canada, I wish to report we've already put the PAHO MOU into action. It was a pleasure as Parliamentarians' Canadian section to host the Executive Director of PAHO for a dialogue with parliamentarians in the framework of Vaccination Week in the Americas at the end of April. We hosted that here in Ottawa. We were pleased to do so. These agreements build on the strong network of partnerships that ParlAmericas have cultivated over time, expanding opportunities for collaboration and deepening engagement across a range of policy ideas. Together, these partnerships support ParlAmericas' ongoing efforts to facilitate coordinated legislative responses to shared challenges while strengthening collaboration with institutions engaged with parliaments across the Americas and the Caribbean. Dear colleagues, the strength of ParlAmericas lies not only in the quality of its programming, but in the shared commitment that sustains it. Through membership contributions, hosting support, strategic partnerships, and the continued engagement of our parliaments, we ensure that ParlAmericas remains resilient, accountable, and well-positioned to serve its members across the hemisphere. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Patricia. All right, so from the Secretariat, I'm the next on your agenda, so I'm introducing myself now. Look, I just want to highlight, because they've said basically everything that needed to be said. It's just a reminder. I think somebody's going to maybe use the PowerPoint for me. I don't know how that happens. We create lots of resources at the Secretariat with a lot of heart, mucho cariño, for all of you working, doing your very important jobs across the hemisphere. And so I just wanted to take a moment to remind you that those are there. They're on our website, right? And but we do have a number of publications that get produced every year that can be found there. You can flip the slide, colleagues. We're going to go quickly here. As we spoke about this morning, we do have those children's books. We do hope that you can use those. And in fact, a number of parliaments have done so. If you contact us and said that we would like to have some printed copies that we can use in our libraries, we can use in our outreach, we are happy to do so, and we make sure that we get some printed for you and get them delivered to you. I'm excited to say that there's been a number of parliaments who have taken us up on that opportunity and have used these books in schools, in outreach from their parliaments. In Panama, they've even incorporated the book that was produced in Panama right into the curriculum in the school system. So we're proud of these materials, and we want to share them with you. Can we please switch, colleagues? Great. We have dashboards. These were some tools that were requested by you, the parliaments, to ParlAmericas. We would like to be able to see comparative analysis of where parliaments are working on gender equality. We would like to see comparative analysis on the resources or the statutes and country commitments made to climate change. You can find that in the climate dashboard. We have our accountability measure for open parliament, where the parliaments report to ParlAmericas the measures they're taking on open parliament, and that is in the commitment tracker. These, again, all available on the website in 4 languages for you to utilize in your work as legislators. We recently amplified the amount of work that we're doing linked up with the inter-American system. There was a real understanding from our work in Washington meetings at the OAS, parliamentarians saying, there's all of this available at the OAS. We don't know where to find it, though. And look, I know how hard it is to manage a website in 4 languages, so I am not saying anything about the OAS. But yes, their website is very hard to find things on because it's hard to manage such big websites in languages. So we've curated what we think is the material that you will find most relevant as legislators that come out of the OAS, and we've put that in a section on our website called the Inter-American Resource section to make it easier for you to access that vital information that's so important to you in your work. Senator Flores mentioned the podcast. Really, this came out of the fact that we can't always be in the meetings, right? And when we started our podcast, this was before they were cool and trendy. It was really that I can't be in all the meetings and I have to walk my dog every day. And I said, it'd be really helpful if I could listen to the meetings. And so we created the podcast. Really, because I thought I can't be the only one that wishes I could listen to all of the great work that's being done, all of these wonderful conversations, but I don't have the time to sit in the meeting myself, and I would love to listen to it on the go. You all work so hard. You all travel so much. There's opportunity then for you to maybe partake in the learning, even if you can't be here with us, by listening to the podcast. Again, available in multiple languages, some really amazing content there. I urge you all to check out the ParlAmericas podcast. And so, like, and last but not least, that was it. I just wanted to say, finally, Senator Flores mentioned some technical assistance, and that is a piece that we're really proud of. And really, we just invite you to. We hope from the programming that you participate in person or online. If this inspires you to move forward in your own countries to take action on what you're learning here, but you just wish, you said, I want to, but I don't quite know how to do this or that thing, please come to us and let us know. I might not be able to personally, we might not have the resources, but we will then connect you with the resources if we can find them, right? And I know I see heads nodding. We do this, but really, I'm putting out the offer. If you want that kind of support, all you have to do is ask. And you know us at ParlAmericas, we'll do our very best then to meet you, with some resources and supports if we can. Okay? But then, you know what's really helpful to us is if you do then do something really cool, if you report it back to us. That's really, really useful for us to know how you're using this work. It really helps me then report that back up to the Government of Canada, who is a significant donor for ParlAmericas, so that they can see that this really, they know it matters, but it helps them to understand tangibly how this is affecting change and progress in people's countries. That it doesn't just matter to me, Alicia, who's always over at Global Affairs saying, please don't forget about us, but that it matters to you, the parliamentarians. And so I do urge you, if you can, report back to us when you do find something particularly useful, not only because I report it back, but it also means that I understand better what you find useful, so that I can make sure that we're producing more of that support for you. Because the point of ParlAmericas is that it's an organization that is run by parliamentarians for parliamentarians. We really want to be here to serve you, to help you in your work. And so any feedback we can have to make that better for you, just let us know. We're here to do what we can. I just can't not take this moment then to just say, though, it's not just me. And I know I get a lot of credit, and I'm grateful for that. But it's a team effort. And so my team is an incredible group of professionals. And as Senator Flores said, we're small. We have 17 of us. We're not even all in Canada. We're kind of spread across the region. So if you could just join me in a big round of applause to my team who is here and who are not with us. But this working in a team, as Senator Flores mentioned, but I have to echo it, is not just us at the Secretariat. We know, actually, we work in a team with you. And I think it was Diputada Vasquez who pointed out that, she said, I forget exactly the words, but she's like, Alicia, you really use us. She pointed out that parliamentarians could then, just walk away, but my staff, I actually make them work even harder. But we do make the parliamentarians who have committed to ParlAmericas in the capacity of joining our networks in the executive positions from the council, those who have just been volunteered or have volunteered to be spokesperson for ParlAmericas. Really, we couldn't do it without your commitment. So, and that can't be quantified really in dollars. I know that, but I'm just saying it doesn't go unnoticed. We are so grateful to each and every one of you parliamentarians. And I mean, I can see so many of you here who have gone in and represented us in different spaces, and that helps amplify the work of ParlAmericas. So I want to just say a great big round of applause to all of you too from ParlAmericas. Thank you so much for everything you all do. We're now going to move into quickly hearing from our network. So I'm going to ask our two esteemed leaders here. You can now maybe move over to the other section. This is me now putting on my MC hat from my Secretariat report. And can I please invite the Senator, the Honorable Alvina Bertram-Reynolds, President of the Senate of St. Lucia, and I'm delighted to say Vice President of ParlAmericas, to come and take your seat here to moderate our next session. And then I'm going to invite up yes, please. Wonderful. And I'm going to now invite up Senator Anthony Vieira, who's going to represent the Parliamentary Network for Climate Change and Sustainability. I'm going to invite up Madam Speaker Lynane Blanchette from St. Kitts and Nevis, who's going to come and represent the Parliamentary Network on Security. Diputada Antares Vasquez Alatorre understood what I was up to, and she's coming up to represent. She is president of ParlAmericas Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality. And last but certainly not least, as this is the gathering of the Open Parliament Network, I'm delighted to have here Senator Germán Blanco Alvarez, who is the president of the ParlAmericas Parliamentary Network for Open Parliament. And we're just going to have a really brief dialogue here, chaired by Madam Vice President. I pass the floor to you, please.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Just checking. I'm just checking. It is a pleasure to moderate this session with representatives from ParlAmericas 4 parliamentary networks. We are joined by Senator Germán Blanco from Colombia, President of the Open Parliament Network, Member of the Chamber of Deputies, Antares Vasquez, from Mexico, President of the Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality, Senator Anthony Vieira from Trinidad and Tobago, First Vice President for the Caribbean of the Parliamentary Network on Climate Change and Sustainability, and the Honorable Lynane Blanchette, Speaker from the National Assembly of St. Kitts and Nevis, First Vice President of the Caribbean of the Parliamentary Network on Security. Welcome, colleagues, and welcome to you. Following the remarks offered by President Flores and Member of Parliament Latanzio, and the report provided by Director General Todd, we now turn to the parliamentary networks of ParlAmericas. The discussions we have held in Ottawa have brought together issues that are often treated separately: prosperity, trade, innovation, security, sustainability, inclusion, and democratic governance. The value of the networks is precisely that they allow ParlAmericas to take the broad political conversations of our inter-parliamentary gatherings and give them continuity, focus, and practical relevance for parliamentary work. This dialogue is an opportunity to hear how each network connects and the main threads of our conversations in Ottawa with its respective agenda, and to identify priorities that can be carried forward in future parliamentary action and ParlAmericas programming. I will invite each representative to offer brief reflections focusing on one or two key messages from this gathering and what they mean for the work ahead. I will start with Senator Blanco. As president of the Open Network, Parliament Network, I would like to begin with the question of how parliaments make decisions. This gathering has reminded us that the question is not only what economic policies parliaments help shape, but how those policies are debated, scrutinized, and adopted. At a time of economic strain, technological change, and pressure on public trust, how can open parliament principles help ensure that decisions on growth, innovation, and the future of work are more inclusive, transparent, and oriented toward long-term prosperity? Senator Blanco, I hope to hear from you.
Aló. Bueno, muchas gracias, moderadora. Cordial saludo para todos. Yo tal vez no tenga la oportunidad de volver a manifestar en un auditorio como estos y pronto. Por eso yo quiero hacer primero 3 apreciaciones o reflexiones con su venia. La primera, la institución de más baja favorabilidad en nuestros estados es el Congreso o el órgano legislativo. Y yo creo que si conozco el caso de Colombia, Colombia no es la excepción. En el año 2025 solo teníamos de favorabilidad el 17.1 y fue el punto más alto en los últimos 20 años. Yo estoy seguro que ustedes ahí mentalmente están revisando los niveles de favorabilidad que tienen sus órganos legislativos. Porque en el órgano legislativo hay asambleístas, parlamentarios, hay congresistas, pero no siempre hay legisladores. Y algunos de los que son legisladores no son innovadores y no son incluyentes. Yo pues no quiero generalizar, pero quiero que hagan un ejercicio práctico en sus congresos, mirar al costado. Y al mirar al costado, por ahí podemos empezar a hacer la transformación. Lo segundo, como apreciación, es el tema de Parlamento abierto. Parlamento abierto es un término muy nuevo en el mundo. El presidente Barack Obama inició Parlamento abierto en el 2009. A él se le aduce ser el creador de la figura. Nosotros lo trajimos a ParlAmericas en el 2014, estamos haciendo el 10º encuentro. La pregunta que siempre nos hacemos es, ¿dónde está la limitación al Parlamento abierto? Y normalmente está en nuestros propios congresos. Somos los congresistas los que hacemos resistencia al Parlamento abierto. Por ejemplo, en Colombia creamos la ley de rendición de cuentas del parlamentario presencial, no con un informe escrito ni virtual como se acostumbra. Y vieron ustedes la dificultad para que se cumpla con la norma. Hay unos altísimos porcentajes que no cumplen con la norma. Es llevar el parlamentario a un auditorio con una convocatoria previa y decirle rinda cuentas. Eso es Parlamento abierto. Y hemos tenido todo tipo de dificultades. Y lo tercero es lo que tiene que ver con la separación de funciones. La mayoría de los estados nuestros son presidencialistas, presidenciales. La excepción en América es el parlamentarismo, como donde estamos, en Canadá. Pero la separación de funciones, aunque manifieste la colaboración armónica, no es dependencia, es independencia, es autonomía. Y muchos de los parlamentos mayoritariamente obedecen a la razón de ser del gobierno de turno. se pierden los principios del Parlamento abierto. Yo quería empezar, moderadora, y no sé los tiempos que tengamos con esas tres apreciaciones, porque me parecen más que fundamentales, siendo yo quien preside, siendo yo quien preside la red de Parlamento abierto hasta dentro de poco. Ya lo demás que tiene que ver con la pregunta es que yo creo que nos queda claro a todos cómo realizamos nuestro trabajo legislativo. En la medida en que nosotros hacemos inclusión, podemos lograr las normas que está buscando la sociedad, en los temas obviamente económicos, que es lo que veníamos a tratar, en los temas laborales o en los temas de jóvenes, como el ejemplo que nos colocaron. A mí me queda una apreciación con los jóvenes muy profunda, y es que nosotros todos tenemos en cuenta a los jóvenes en el discurso, pero muy poco en la práctica, y ellos lo han notado, y ellos buscan los escenarios y los espacios para manifestarlo, y así terminó el joven del Grupo 4 hoy con nosotros. Oiga, téngannos en cuenta que nosotros existimos, y eso es Parlamento abierto. Ese es un sector social, pudiéramos mencionar cualquiera, lo hizo ParlAmericas con las mujeres indígenas, lo hemos hecho con las etnias adicionales, se hacen con muchos otros sectores sociales. Inclusión, obviamente, es hablar de crecimiento económico desde el legislativo y de oportunidades. Gracias, moderador.
Thank you, Senator Blanco. Muchas gracias. And now we move for Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality. Member of the Chamber of Deputies, Antares Vasquez. Deputada Vasquez. I would like to bring in the perspective of the Parliamentary Network for Gender Equality on a recurring issue on our discussions: how to ensure that growth, trade, and innovation do not reproduce existing inequalities. We have heard throughout this gathering that growth and trade do not benefit everyone equally unless policy is designed with that objective in mind. What should parliaments do to ensure that economic policy, trade, and innovation respond to the realities of women, youth, and communities that continue to face barriers to opportunity? Over to you, Senator.
Muchas gracias por la pregunta y buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Pues efectivamente hemos estado escuchando a lo largo de esta semana de estas grandes brechas que persisten en nuestra región, por supuesto, particularmente en cada uno de los países. Ustedes conocen mejor la realidad de sus países. Y siempre son estas brechas mayores en las mujeres, en las personas indígenas o negras, en los jóvenes. Yo he comentado muchas veces el hecho de que sin duda en México la persona más pobre es una niña indígena. Pero yo estoy segura de que en sus países igual es una niña o indígena o negra, dependiendo de cada uno de sus países. Y esto tiene que ver con las brechas que se han establecido, que son estructurales. Como parlamentarios y parlamentarias tenemos que ir activamente a buscarlos en un ejercicio también de Parlamento abierto, pero ir a territorio, sí con organizaciones de mujeres y de jóvenes, pero no solo con organizaciones, porque hay muchas personas que no están organizadas en estos sectores y siguen quedándose atrás. Entonces tenemos que ir a buscar a esas personas. Lo vemos, por ejemplo, en el caso de las mujeres. Lo vemos en nuestros parlamentos. Nuestro continente tiene alrededor del 35% de mujeres parlamentarias únicamente. 35%. Estamos por arriba de la media del mundo, sí, que es del 27%. Pero ¿cómo es posible que si somos más de la mitad de mujeres en nuestro continente y en el mundo, apenas un 35% puedan llegar a los parlamentos?
¿Eso a quién le toca? A nosotros mismos, a los parlamentos, legislar sobre el tema. Y les decía, en México yo tengo el privilegio de ser parte de la tercera legislatura paritaria en nuestro país. Sin embargo, fue hasta que las mujeres mismas llegamos, empezamos a presionar. Y es un tema políticamente correcto. Nadie les va a decir yo voy a votar en contra de la paridad, pero hay toda clase de frenos. Y entonces una mujer propone una reforma en este sentido revolucionaria y va a encontrar toda clase de oposición en nuestros congresos. Atrevámonos a ir. Hay leyes marco desde ONU Mujeres. ParlAmericas tiene grandes recursos. Tenemos personal técnico súper avanzado en ParlAmericas. Ahí les recomiendo un saludo a Clara Basilio, que ella está en Buenos Aires y ella nos asiste acá en la red parlamentaria de igualdad de género. Y hay muchos recursos al respecto. Atrevámonos a eso. Ya tenemos países muy avanzados en eso. Pero, ¿qué hay de las mujeres indígenas? Ahora, gracias a ParlAmericas y gracias al gobierno de Canadá, hemos estado a través de la Red Parlamentaria para la Igualdad de Género en impacto legislativo joven, como ya mencionaba el senador Flores. Efectivamente, a mí me ha tocado estar en Brasil, en Colombia, a distancia con Costa Rica, en Honduras. Ya estuvo acá Brenda Hogando, no sé dónde anda, pero bueno, estuvo también en República Dominicana y seguimos en el esfuerzo en varios países para atraer a las jóvenes que están de diferentes regiones en sus países de origen participando, irlas a buscar de manera activa, porque no siempre están. Hoy, por ejemplo, me da mucho orgullo porque la presidenta de México presentó hoy a nuestros jóvenes y mujeres indígenas que en estas últimas semanas ganaron primero, segundo y tercer lugar en una carrera en China, en la muralla china, y decir, porque se ha ido a buscar específicamente a nuestros jóvenes y mujeres indígenas, rarámuris y mixtecos, que naturalmente ellos en su vida cotidiana desarrollan esas actividades, pero nadie les hacía caso. Entonces es una cuestión de irlos a buscar de manera activa en ejercicios de parlamento abierto, de diputados, diputadas, senadores y senadoras en territorio, de ir a encontrar a las personas que son víctimas de estas brechas estructurales para poderlas sacar adelante. Entonces, así es cómo se puede lograr que los parlamentos participemos activamente en abatir estas brechas. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, everyone? Thank you very much for sharing. Member of Chamber of Deputies Vasquez, Deputada Vasquez. Muchas gracias. Yes. It's now turn for Senator Vieira. Senator Vieira, given your leadership within the parliamentary network on climate change and sustainability, I would like to turn to the relationship between prosperity and sustainability, a topic to which you have brought particular attention throughout our discussions. The gathering has challenged us to move beyond the idea that economic growth and sustainability are competing objectives. Thinking of climate change and sustainability, how can Parliament help place climate resilience, responsible resource governance, and green and blue economies at the center of long-term prosperity? Over to you, Senator.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. All right, I'll try and keep it short and focused. There are two questions there. So, in relation to economic growth, sustainability, and economic growth and sustainability. Right, well, these are not natural adversaries. They are, in fact, complementary imperatives. Economic growth without sustainability is ultimately self-defeating, because growth that depletes natural resources, destroys biodiversity, degrades land, or accelerates climate change, erodes the very foundations upon which economies depend. Equally, sustainability without economic growth may struggle to secure public support, investment, innovation, and the resources needed for social development and poverty reduction. Now, I like Chinese philosophy. So I would say they are, in fact, in a sense, yin and yang. Distinct forces that must exist in balance, each strengthening the other. Sustainable growth recognizes that long-term prosperity depends not merely on what we produce today, but on preserving the ecological and the social systems that make future production possible. The policy challenge is not choosing between growth and sustainability, but redefining growth itself so that economic progress is not measured simply by extraction and consumption, but by resilience, efficiency, innovation, equity, and stewardship. Turning now to your second question. Thinking of climate change and sustainability, how can parliaments help place climate resilience, responsible resource governance, and
Thank you very much, Senator Vieira. Thank you for your insights. And last, but by no means least, I turn to Speaker Blanchard to bring in the perspective of the Parliamentary Network on Security. The sessions on the Trade Security Nexus invited us to look at trade not only through the lens of economic growth, but also through the security it can support in people's daily lives and the vulnerabilities that can emerge when systems are not properly governed. How can parliaments help ensure that trade systems serve people's security while also protecting legitimate economic activity from illicit economies and organized crime? Speaker Blanchard, let's hear from you.
Testing, testing. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Is everyone able to hear me? I don't think very well. We can all agree that throughout this gathering, we have had robust discussions, but particularly I am interested in and will present on the trade security nexus. The discussions were particularly relevant to small island developing states, whose economies are deeply dependent on trade, tourism, shipping connectivity, and regional cooperation. For countries such as ours, the discussion reminded us that trade is not merely an economic issue. Trade directly affects food security, energy security, health access, construction costs, and ultimately, the daily well-being of our people. As small states, we rely heavily on imported goods and global supply chains. Therefore, any disruption, whether it be caused by conflict, organized crime, climate shocks, or economic instability, it will most definitely have immediate consequences for our populations. This therefore means that parliaments must approach trade policy through both an economic and a human security lens. We must, at the very least, try to attempt and establish some sort of balance. In St. Kitts and Nevis, and indeed across the Caribbean, we have seen how vulnerable small economies can become when legitimate trade systems are exploited either by illicit actors, including but not limited to trafficking networks, illicit financial flows, cyber-enabled crime, and the misuse of maritime routes. These challenges threaten not only our economies, but also public trust, governance institutions, and citizen safety. Parliaments have a critical role to play. I'll touch briefly on 3 points. Firstly, parliaments must strengthen legislative and oversight frameworks that support secure and transparent trade systems. This includes modernizing customs and border legislation, strengthening anti-money laundering and beneficial ownership frameworks, improving procurement transparency, and ensuring that regulatory agencies are properly empowered and most certainly resourced. That has been a grave issue for us. Secondly, regional cooperation is essential. Criminal networks do not respect borders, and therefore our responses cannot remain within isolated national boundaries. My colleague from St. Martin yesterday highlighted a real-time issue when it concerned the porous borders and the challenges that his country faced. This is not unique to St. Martin. This is a challenge throughout the Americas. We must also continue strengthening intelligence sharing, maritime cooperation, and harmonize regulatory standards to better protect legitimate commerce throughout the region. Work is most certainly being done, but if we are being honest with ourselves, much is left to do. Thirdly, we must ensure that security measures do not undermine human rights, economic opportunity, or inclusion. Small businesses, youth entrepreneurs, and vulnerable communities must be able to participate in lawful economic activity without being disproportionately burdened by regulations and systems designed to combat criminality. I'll put this into perspective for each of you. When was the last time that you tried to open a bank account? I heard the laughter. It is incredibly difficult to do so. Another question, when was the last time did you try to register a business? We can't encourage small businesses to start investing in our country when we make it so difficult for them to actually start. And lastly, as parliamentarians, our responsibility is not only to facilitate economic growth, but to ensure that the economic systems remain lawful, resilient, people-centered, and capable of withstanding emerging threats. The Parliamentary Network on Security provides an important platform for collaboration in this regard, particularly for some small states whose voices and vulnerabilities must remain part of the hemispheric conversation. I want to make a small tab here and mention Mr. Michael Behos. Yesterday, he presented to us, and I want to underscore the important resource that he is. We have the resources within this network. We just simply need to use them. Thank you.
I would like to thank each of you members of our network representatives for your very valuable contributions. Let's give them another round of applause. And it means for us so much work to do when we return to our respective territories. This exchange reminds us why the networks are so central to ParlAmericas. They allow the priorities discussed in our plenary assemblies and gatherings to become sustained parliamentary cooperation. Through them, the exchange of legislative experiences continue, and the parliamentarians are able to carry these discussions into the national and regional work. We must carry these discussions into our national and regional work. The issues addressed in Ottawa, prosperity, trade, innovation, security, sustainability, inclusion, and democratic governance. These are not separate agendas. They are part of the same challenge. How parliaments can help shape a more resilient, inclusive, and democratic future for the hemisphere. The networks will be essential to carrying this work forward. I repeat, the networks will be essential to carrying this work forward. They provide spaces where dialogue can become more focused, where shared priorities can be deepened, and where parliamentary cooperation can continue beyond this assembly. In doing so, they help ensure that ParlAmericas is not only a place for exchange, but a space where parliamentarians can build common direction and sustain a collective voice on the issues shaping the future of this hemisphere, our hemisphere. Thank you all again to all the network representatives. And as I close this chapter, I want to say thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you to the government and people of Canada for the significant contribution towards ParlAmericas. Thank you to Alicia Todd and the Secretariat, the very hardworking 17 team members around the hemisphere who put so much effort into ParlAmericas. Thank you for every member MP and presiding officer, technical officer, whatever capacity you serve on and you are here today. Thank you. I see members of the Senate, I want to acknowledge them, and members of the House. Thank you so much for your continued support and effort over the years. It's 25 years, and we have 25 plus 25 plus 25 to go. And we must continue the work. We must engage our young people, and we heard it loudly a few moments ago. The young people spoke to us. Let us listen. Let us engage. Let us cooperate with our young people. And I say to you as we leave here today, safe travels home. And I say to ParlAmericas, happy anniversary. Bon anniversaire. Feliz anniversario. Everybody, thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you to our excellent executive members of the parliamentary networks. We are now going to move in. I'm under pressure. That lunch. We're going to move right into the reading of the Declaration. That's what we're going to move right into here. Can I please invite up to join me here Madame Marie-France Lalonde of Canada, who is going to read for us en français. I have Speaker Arthur Holder. Please come on up to help us do the reading in English. And I have Speaker Rodrigo Goñi of Uruguay. Please join us, sir, to help us read in Spanish. And our colleague from Brazil has gone home, so it's not that we don't love Portuguese, it just felt not quite as necessary to do Portuguese today. You would like to read here. Who's reading first?
English, I understood, French, and then Spanish.
Everybody wants to read from the podium. I agree, it's a nicer place, so we're going to stand in line and read that way. Here we go. Speaker Holder, I hand it to you, and you hand it off the baton. There you go, sir.
Does everyone have the declaration?
Can I just 1 second, sir? Just as a reminder, you all received the declaration in advance. The process was that you received it ahead of time. We welcomed feedback to the declaration. We incorporated the feedback that we received, and now we will read the declaration here to adopt it. All right, there we go. Sorry, I should have done that first, sir.
Declaration. 22nd ParlAmericas Plenary Assembly and the 10th Gathering of the Open Parliament Network. Parliamentary Leadership for Shared Prosperity. advancing trade, innovation, and security in a changing world. May 20th to 22nd, 2026, Ottawa, Canada. We, parliamentarians from the Americas and the Caribbean, met on May 20th, 21st, and 22nd in Ottawa at the Parliament of Canada on the occasion of the 22nd ParlAmericas Plenary Assembly and the 10th gathering of the Open Parliament Network, held jointly under the title Parliamentary Leadership for Shared Prosperity, Advancing Trade, Innovation, and Security in a Changing World. The gathering provided a space to reflect on how democratic governance, trade, innovation, and security intersect in a period of geopolitical reconfiguration and economic realignment across the hemisphere, and examine how parliaments can help ensure that economic transformation advances equitable growth in an increasingly interdependent region. Our deliberations reaffirm that trade can serve as a pathway to sustainable development, social stability, and deeper political integration in the Americas and the Caribbean when anchored in transparent governance and inclusive policymaking. Discussions further underscore the need to align trade and innovation strategies with open parliament principles, gender equality, and intergenerational equity. As ParlAmericas marks 25 years of inter-parliamentary cooperation, we reaffirm the responsibility of legislatures to shape coherent legal frameworks, oversee international commitments, and ensure that economic and security policies strengthen accountability and advance shared prosperity across our hemisphere. Considering the above and recognizing, one, that the global and regional context is marked by geopolitical realignments, strategic competition, shifting trade alliances, and the reconfiguration of global value chains, which presents both opportunities for economic growth and risks of fragmentation and requires coordinated legislative responses. Two, that a strong, effective, and inclusive rules-based international and regional system anchored in international law, democratic principles, and respect for human rights is essential to managing these geopolitical and economic transformations, and that the inter-American system plays a vital role in fostering cooperation, dialogue, and collective action to promote stability, democratic governance, and shared prosperity across the Americas and the Caribbean. Three, that there is a growing interconnection between trade and security, which requires coherent public policy, robust regulatory safeguards, and effective parliamentary oversight in order to address risks arising from vulnerabilities in critical infrastructure, supply chains, and financial systems, among others, and harness the ability of trade to promote resilience and stability. Four, that trade has significant impacts on human security, including food security, access to energy, livelihoods, and community resilience, and that strengthening inclusive and sustainable economic systems can reduce vulnerabilities and contribute to enduring regional stability. Five, that inclusive economic growth requires deliberate efforts to advance gender equality, facilitate equitable participation in political and economic decision-making, and eliminate structural barriers and discrimination based on factors such as race, ethnicity, indigenous identity, age, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, socioeconomic status, or geographic location. Six, that resilient and predictable trade systems depend on transparent regulatory environments, legal certainty, effective anti-corruption measures, and the harmonization of domestic legislation with international commitments, and that the application of open parliament principles, that is, transparency, accountability, access to information, citizen participation, and high ethical standards builds institutional trust and is essential to strengthening the quality, credibility, and legitimacy of trade and economic governance. 7, that parliaments play a vital role in ensuring that economic policy advances equitable development, social cohesion, and long-term instability, including by reviewing trade agreements, overseeing public expenditures, scrutinizing regulatory reforms, and assessing the implementation of international commitments. 8, that effective trade and development outcomes increasingly depend on collaboration among governments, the private sector, civil society organizations, innovation ecosystems, and development institutions, and that parliaments play a key role in shaping enabling environments for these partnerships.
Neuf, que ce renforcement des capacités d'innovation nécessite des politiques publiques à long terme, une coordination institutionnelle, des investissements dans les compétences et les connaissances, ainsi qu'une sécurité juridique qui permette la recherche, l'entrepreneuriat, l'adaptation technologique et la transformation productive, en particulier dans un contexte de concurrence mondiale accélérée et de reconfiguration de la production et du commerce mondiaux. 10. Que cette transformation numérique, les changements technologiques et l'expansion des économies axées sur les données remodèlent la production, le commerce, les marchés du travail et les institutions publiques dans tout l'hémisphère, créant des opportunités pour renforcer la compétitivité, diversifier les capacités productives et élargir l'inclusion, tout en soulevant des défis de gouvernance liés à la protection des données, à la cybersécurité, aux asymétries technologiques et aux lacunes en matière d'accès aux technologies et de leur utilisation. 11. Que les jeunes sont confrontés à des défis profonds en raison des transformations du monde du travail, du paysage technologique et des conditions de la participation démocratique, et que le dialogue intergénérationnel renforce la résilience politique à long terme pour faire face à ces problèmes. 12. Que le développement durable et la stabilité économique se renforcent mutuellement et la gestion responsable de l'environnement, la gouvernance responsable des ressources et la résilience climatique font partie intégrante de la prospérité à long terme. 13. Que le commerce agricole et les systèmes alimentaires jouent un rôle essentiel dans la résilience régionale en soutenant les moyens de subsistance, en réduisant la vulnérabilité et en renforçant la sécurité alimentaire dans les Amériques et les Caraïbes. 14. Qu'alors que ces défis complexes et indépendants nécessitent une action coordonnée entre les différentes branches et les différents niveaux du gouvernement, les institutions régionales et multilatérales, le secteur privé, la société civile et les communautés, les parlements sont particulièrement bien placés pour traduire les priorités communes en droit, assurer un contrôle démocratique et maintenir la légitimité et la cohérence des réponses politiques dans tout l'hémisphère. Nous nous engageons à défendre un système international et régional fondé sur les règles, ancré dans le droit international, la gouvernance démocratique, l'état de droit et le respect des droits de l'homme en tant que piliers fondamentaux de la société sécuritaire, résiliente et prospère et d'un développement inclusif et durable dans les Amériques et les Caraïbes. 2. Appeler nos gouvernements à renforcer leur soutien aux institutions, aux normes et aux processus de coopération du système interaméricain en tant qu'espace de dialogue politique et d'action collective pour promouvoir des réponses coordonnées aux défis communs et défendre les normes démocratiques. 3. Renforcer le contrôle parlementaire des politiques commerciales, économiques et de sécurité, tout en faisant progresser de manière proactive les initiatives législatives, les propositions politiques et les réformes menées par les comités qui favorisent des systèmes commerciaux résilients, une innovation responsable et un développement économique inclusif.
Número 4. Promover la armonización legislativa con acuerdos y marcos comerciales regionales e internacionales, asegurando la coherencia entre la legislación nacional y las obligaciones internacionales en un contexto comercial cambiante, salvaguardando la cohesión social, el equilibrio institucional y la integridad democrática. Número 5. Fortalecer el nexo entre el comercio y la seguridad en las Américas y el Caribe mediante medidas legislativas y otras acciones como el desarrollo de nuevas alianzas, estrategias e iniciativas regionales y el fortalecimiento de las existentes para proteger las infraestructuras críticas, asegurar las cadenas de suministro y combatir la corrupción y los flujos ilícitos, impulsando políticas que aborden las causas estructurales de la inseguridad, apoyen fuentes alternativas de sustento y fortalezcan la resiliencia comunitaria de manera duradera. Número 6. Incorporar los principios de Parlamento abierto a la formulación de políticas económicas y comerciales, de modo que las decisiones legislativas incidan en la transformación económica, sean más transparentes, participativas y sujetas a rendición de cuentas públicas. Número 7. Promover marcos legislativos y regulatorios que impulsen la innovación responsable, reduzcan las brechas digitales y productivas y posicionen a las economías del hemisferio para competir y cooperar en un entorno global impulsado por la tecnología. Número 8. Fomentar el diálogo constructivo y la colaboración entre parlamentos, el sector privado, las instituciones académicas y científicas, la sociedad civil y los actores vinculados a la innovación para construir los ecosistemas y condiciones habilitantes que impulsen la innovación y faciliten oportunidades económicas amplias e inclusivas. Número 9. Promover políticas comerciales y económicas que impulsen la igualdad de género a través de la presupuestación y el control político con enfoque de género, la realización o exigencias de evaluaciones de impacto de género en la legislación económica y comercial y el fomento de acuerdos comerciales inclusivos. Número 10. Fomentar el diálogo y la colaboración con los pueblos indígenas, de conformidad con las normas constitucionales, legislativas e internacionales, incluida la Declaración de las Naciones Unidas sobre los Derechos de los Pueblos Indígenas, para asegurar que las políticas económicas y comerciales respeten sus derechos y diversidad cultural y faciliten alianzas para alcanzar prosperidad compartida. Número 11. Integrar el desarrollo sostenible como un componente esencial de las políticas comerciales, de innovación y de seguridad, incluyendo a través de marcos legislativos que impulsen sistemas de producción sostenibles, la gestión ambiental, la resiliencia climática, la gobernanza responsable de los recursos y la estabilidad económica a largo plazo en todo el hemisferio. Número 12. Fortalecer los mecanismos de participación de las juventudes en los procesos parlamentarios, en particular en ámbitos como el futuro del trabajo y el desarrollo de competencias, la transformación digital, el emprendimiento y las políticas económicas sostenibles, reconociendo la responsabilidad intergeneracional de garantizar mayores oportunidades y empleo digno para las y los jóvenes. Número 13. Fortalecer la capacidad colectiva de los parlamentos de las Américas y el Caribe para hacer frente a desafíos económicos y de seguridad comunes, mediante la acción coordinada y el intercambio de información y buenas prácticas legislativas en materia de control parlamentario de las políticas comerciales, resiliencia de las cadenas de suministro, gestión de la seguridad portuaria y fronteriza, lucha contra los flujos financieros ilícitos y la delincuencia organizada transnacional y armonización regulatoria. Y por último, número 14, reafirmar nuestra determinación de trabajar a través de ParlAmericas y sus redes y mecanismos establecidos de cooperación interparlamentaria para ejercer el liderazgo legislativo e impulsar la acción colectiva necesaria a fin de asegurar que el comercio, la innovación y la seguridad contribuyan a la estabilidad democrática y a la prosperidad compartida de todos los pueblos de las Américas y el Caribe. Adoptada en Ottawa, Canadá, el 22 de mayo de 2026. El aplauso es el voto afirmativo por aclamación.
We hope that you find this declaration useful in your work in the years to come. We at ParlAmericas will use it as well. Thank you to all of my wonderful readers. Just making sure, so we're all good. We're going to move forward with the agenda. I would say it's like a bittersweet moment, honestly. Truly, it's not, because I want to take this moment to give sincere recognition to Senator Germán Blanco Alvarez, who I'm trying to find in the room. Perfect. For his long-time commitment to ParlAmericas. And it's just bittersweet because it's sad to say that it's coming to an end. And I can just say, and then I'll pass it to our president to kind of make some remarks here. But I've really had the privilege to work with Senator Blanco now. For me, it's been nearly 13 years. That's how long I've been at ParlAmericas. But you came before I did, and so you've been here, I think I understood, 15 years in the council, kind of showing your leadership for ParlAmericas and helping to kind of shape the organization into what it's become. And so I just want to say, sir, it has been truly an honor and a privilege to work with you these many years. And I hope that this doesn't mean an end to friendship, that we'll continue to stay in touch. And thank you, though, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart and from the International Secretariat for your contribution and your commitment and your work with us all over these many years. Senator Flores, I'd like to invite you to come, please. We have a little gift for Senator Blanco that I would like for you to maybe present to him. Just so everyone understands, Senator Blanco's ending his term in the Senate here in July. And so this is what brings us to have this moment of recognition. No sé si quieres pedir algo. Sí, voy a decir. Test. There you go.
Hay una canción que proviene de un cantautor español, pero que tiene una versión también argentina, uruguaya, chilena, y la hemos escuchado en muchas partes. Y si bien es cierto, siempre en ParlAmericas estamos recibiendo sangre, inteligencia y motivación nueva, hay otros que también se van. Yo espero que todos ustedes sigan en ParlAmericas, así van dándole continuidad al trabajo. Y la canción en una parte dice: cuando un amigo se va, deja un espacio vacío que no lo puede llenar la llegada de otro amigo. Pero permítame emocionarme, hemos aprendido todos de un gran constitucionalista colombiano, de un luchador por la democracia, que por el hecho de ya no seguir siendo parlamentario debe dejar la representación. Pero eso no significa que no lo sigamos considerando en su gran expertise como constitucionalista americano. Así que, querido amigo, buen retorno a casa, un reconocimiento de todos nosotros, de todas y de todos nosotros, a la trayectoria que por 15 años tuviste ayudando a avanzar en ParlAmericas. Gracias.
Bueno, no me voy a volver repetitivo. Los políticos con un micrófono en la mano nos quedar con la palabra. Los tiempos de Dios son perfectos. Yo los acepto siempre. Estoy seguro que Dios nos va a colocar en otro escenario para el servicio. Desde donde me corresponda voy a tener el corazón ParlAmericas. Y una enseñanza fundamental, ParlAmericas es una escuela de formación. Y depende de cada uno de nosotros fortalecerla y seguirla viendo crecer en el tiempo. Gracias a todos, al personal ejecutivo, directivo, a los compañeros, a todos y cada uno, mil y mil gracias. Las cosas tienen un punto de partida, la mía fue hace 15 años, de llegada, perdón, y tienen un punto de partida físico, es precisamente en esta asamblea. Gracias de corazón y desde donde esté, disposición absoluta.
I next want to, I'm told, I mean, I think we made it clear at the beginning of the assembly, and in case it wasn't made clear here, we were delighted to welcome a new member officially to ParlAmericas with this gathering. Many of you have seen our colleagues from St. Martin at our meetings over the last about 18 months. I feel like that we've really been starting to collaborate and work together. But it was made official at this assembly during the council meeting ahead of the assembly to incorporate St. Martin in as an associate member of ParlAmericas, and we are super delighted for that to have happened. But I'm told that you then have a little something that you were hoping to present to President Flores. So I invite you here, Madam President, from the Parliament of St. Martin to please join us here. And I give the floor to you. I cede the floor, Madam President.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you so very much for the opportunity. And may I invite Mr. President here on the podium with me, because it would be remiss of me not to use this opportunity of a very successful closing of this assembly, not to express on behalf of the delegation and Parliament of St. Martin our gratitude for the acceptance of St. Martin as an associate member of ParlAmericas. I want to thank you because it has been a journey of over 2 years. And so a special word of recognition is issued to Alicia Todd and her team. Because when she understood of St. Martin's peculiar constitutional status, she made a commitment at that time that she would make it work. And so the team of Alicia, the council itself, recognized, because of St. Martin's endeavors, the position of associate membership in ParlAmericas for countries such as ours. Thank you so very much. I now ask our Secretary General, Mr. Garrick Richardson, to allow me to present to Mr. President. Hold it for me, please, Gary, because it feels quite heavy. As I explain, Mr. President, that this is a painting of our courthouse. The courthouse is situated in Phillipsburg, our capital. And it is a building that goes back to the late 18th century that has housed different officials and different functions. Today, it represents justice. It represents democracy. What a fitting tribute to pay to ParlAmericas as I present you this painting from St. Martin. Thank you. Gracias.
So many hats I get to wear. All right, moving right along. Last, but certainly we're coming to the end here, and so. Well, actually, I'm going to give you the last word. So I'm going to take this moment, and I don't have my list. And I know I'm pressed for lunch here, so I'm not even. Normally, you know what, we do like to give. It is my favorite tradition that I learned, among my favorite traditions that I learned from the Caribbean. I love so many traditions from the Caribbean, but it's the vote of thanks. And so I guess before we go into allowing MP Latancio to come and give us the final close of the session, I do just want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you to the Parliament of Canada, both the House and the Senate, and all of the wonderful staff who have been supporting us here this week. Sincerely, a great big round of applause to our hosts here at the Parliament of Canada. In particular, and I'm looking at, there's Angelo back there, and there was Jill, and there's Evelyn, and there's Janique, and then there's all of the other people who I will forget to say your name, and so I won't even now get into. Mark Palmer, though, yes, he's been very supportive as well, and all of the analysts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Sincerely, as Patricia said in her presentation, hosting, it takes a large commitment and it takes a real team. And so we are very grateful for all of your support, for all of the movement of people between buildings and such, for the security that was provided, for the beautiful ambience allowing us to be in this wonderful chamber, for the food. So a big round of applause for the catering, because I ate really well and I actually need the recipe for the sweet potato. It happened the first day. Spectacular. All right. So that's thanks to the interpreters in the booth and who have been with us in all of the booths. We have been thanking you, but I am sincere in saying thank you, because we can't do this without you. You allow us from across our many languages to communicate with each other. So a big round of applause to our interpreters, please. My dear photographer and your colleague who's been with us, the beautiful photos, which you should all already have the link to the Flickr. And if you don't, let me know, because I know, like, they're beautiful photos. You're in them. It's a way to capture our moments here this week together. Thank you, sir. And thank you to your colleague who have been so great at taking all those wonderful photos of us. A round of applause for our photographers, please. To our Canadian hosts, Patricia Latancio, to the Speaker Scarpaleggio, who was with us, to Senator Cormier, Senator Pro Tempore, to Senator Cobenya, who has been with us here and helped inspire Make it bigger, Alicia, for the youth. And so that's what we did. Senator Cardozo, you've been here with us all week. Senator Bury, thank you. Yes, MP Lalonde, who joining us here on reading the declaration beautifully en français. MP Hoback, who was also here with us. And then, the Honorable Greg Fergus, who was with us on that first day, and slipped that in. I mean, he was getting eye surgery, and yet he came in to do that just for us before he headed off to Montreal for that. And then if anybody I miss, I know we had some of the members, Senator White, Senator Greenwood. I do have to say a thank you to Senator Greenwood for her and to her office for kind of the initiative on the Indigenous caucus. Truly, to Canada. Thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to work as a Canadian, to work in this hemisphere, to work in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you to the Canadas for spearheading the initiative of the creation of ParlAmericas. And it's been an honor of my lifetime to have been able to serve at ParlAmericas. So thank you, Canada. Thank you to everybody who traveled a really long way. And once you start, you can't even end to say thank you. So we're just going to do a global thank you, even to you lovely folks up there who have always turned on my microphone for me. Thank you. All right, so big round of applause. The last word, Patricia. Member of Parliament, Patricia Latancio, here from Canada. So many titles. I mean, President of the Corporation, Second Vice President of ParlAmericas, President of the Canadian section of ParlAmericas. Phenomenal host of this gathering. I give you the last word to close us out, please.
Thank you. How many times have we thanked you, Alicia? But one last thank you. Thank you to Alicia Thod. And the team. So here we are. It went by so fast. Speaker pro tempore Cormier, President Flores Garcia, and my fellow members of the ParlAmericas Council, esteemed delegates, and other distinguished guests. Good afternoon. On behalf of Canadian section of ParlAmericas, it has been an honor and a privilege to host you in Ottawa this past week for both the 22nd Plenary Assembly and the 10th gathering of the Open Parliament Network to commemorate ParlAmericas' 25th anniversary. I want to thank the ParlAmericas International Secretariat, staff, and other support personnel for making our meeting and celebration possible and quite memorable. Outre les discussions en table ronde, outre l'échange des connaissances et des expériences, cette semaine a été une occasion formidable de renforcer les relations qui perdureront bien après notre séjour et notre retour chez nous. En estos tiempos de incertidumbre mundial, somos conscientes de la importancia de la diplomacia parlamentaria y de los lazos que nos unían. Nos discussions et nos réflexions ont porté sur des questions importantes qui ont eu un impact sur notre région, notamment le commerce et les chaînes d'approvisionnement mondiales, les réseaux criminels transnationaux, la sécurité, les échanges climatiques, la gouvernance démocratique, le développement, l'innovation et plus particulièrement la participation des jeunes et les enjeux dont ils font face. We also launched the inaugural meeting of ParlAmericas Parliamentary Caucus on the Rights of Indigenous Women and Girls on Tuesday, which was a powerful reminder that the inclusion of diverse perspective further strengthens democracy. And I'd like to, at this point, pay a particular tribute and thank you to Senator Margot Greenwood, who spearheaded this and who believed in this. And I think I mentioned it to those of you that were at the previous meeting on Tuesday. This was an idea that was born on a trip, a ParlAmericas trip in Guatemala. And Senator Greenwood has been persistent in that pursuit. And I wish to, at this point, congratulate her and highlight her perseverance and her just her perseverance in this venue and in this belief. So a special thank you to Senator Margot Greenwood. Also this week, I want to highlight the ParlAmericas and the United Nations Development Program signed a memorandum of understanding marking a renewed commitment to cooperation on democratic governance, sustainable development, and parliamentary engagement throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. En tant que parlementaires, nous devons maintenir un engagement constant en faveur d'intensifier la coopération en nos pays de l'hémisphère occidental. We must keep momentum in championing ParlAmericas' core pillars, and those are democratic governance, economic cooperation, innovation, security, strengthened partnerships throughout the region. C'est sur ceci que nous bâtirons une stabilité et une prospérité durable. Continuons de verser la bonne modernité de la croissance, mais n'oublions jamais que l'équité demeure au cœur de notre travail. Our legislative frameworks must continue to reflect principles of fairness, social justice, inclusion, and gender equality. Ningún país puede hacer frente a estos retos por sí solo. Por eso, la colaboración regional es más importante que nunca. Gatherings such as these allow us to discuss and gain a better understanding of shared concerns and priorities, including relation to economic, trade, human security, and other challenges we must face together. We also had the opportunity to learn about our countries and our citizens, including Indigenous peoples, women and girls, as well as young people, and approach these challenges. As a founding member of ParlAmerica, Canada's participation in and dedication to this forum remains just as strong as it was 25 years ago. Le Canada s'engage à continuer de renforcer les liens économiques, commerciaux et de sécurité et approfondir les relations entre les peuples dans toute la région des Amériques et des Caraïbes. Ces liens contribuent à la prospérité de nos communautés et renforcent notre travail collectif. To conclude, our discussions this week have certainly engaged us in charting a path forward and seek solutions to our respective challenges ahead. Sigamos trabajando juntos para mejorar la vida de nuestros 1,000 millones de ciudadanos en las Américas y el Caribe. And on this, I say, until we meet again, hasta luego, safe travels back home, and muchas gracias to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You know, we're going to go to lunch, but Annabella, can you please? There's one person. I actually have a lot of fun being MC, so I get to be up here all the time. And but everybody knows Annabella Zavagno, right? And I needed to thank Annabella, truly, by name personally. Because Annabella actually makes it all possible. We are a credible team. I couldn't do it without you, Annabella. Thank you, sincerely, for everything you do, because she does all of the work, and I get the one that gets to stand on the stage and get the glory. So thank you, Annabella, sincerely, for everything you've done here and that you always do at ParlAmericas. And Jack, yes, and Jack, and other. This is it. You get into naming, but no, sincerely, Annabella. You know, she is, I'm saying, she's Deputy Director General, but we are a team in every single way, right? And so, yes. I am delighted to invite all of you to a delicious lunch in the Parliamentary Restaurant. It's a real treat. How we get there, I know how to get there, but there's lots of people there who are going to help you get there. Please take your stuff with you, because we won't be coming back to the chamber. Have a very safe travel home, if I don't get to personally say that to you. Please join us for the boat tour if you would like to. So that's leaving the hotel at 4:30. We're going across the street to get on the boat for 5. I guess I'm just saying the boat is leaving at 5. So if you're not on the boat, then you can't come with us. All right? But we'll meet you at the hotel at 4:30 if you'd like to join us. And for everybody else, safe journey home. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Big hug from Canada to all of your countries. Bye-bye. Thank you.